including ground, air, and sea, and to have it implemented immediately, notwithstanding the powers of the proposed Tobago Bill. Remember to tune in this Thursday from 1:30 p.m. live on Tobago Channel 5 or the Assembly Legislature's page on YouTube and Facebook. Join us for yet another debate discussing your future.
Announcements by Presiding Officer. Members, on February the 22nd, 2018, two statements of privilege were brought to this Honorable House. The first was brought by the Leader of Assembly Business, and the other by the member for Palatuvia Lansumi Speyside. Both statements sought that their matter be referred to the Committee of Privilege for further investigation and evaluation. In this regard, careful consideration and deliberation on both matters were done. In determining whether prima facie cases exist, and today these rulings will be present. I will begin by providing a brief historical context of what constitutes privilege within the House. Erskine May 2004, Parliamentary Practices, outlines that parliamentary privilege is the sum of the peculiar rights enjoyed by each House, collectively as a constituent part of the High Court of Parliament, and by each member individually. These privileges allow for certain rights and immunities such as freedom from arrest or freedom of speech, power to punish for contempt, and the power to regulate. May goes further to assert when these rights and immunities are disregarded or attacked, the offense is called a breach and is punishable under the law of Parliament. As presiding officer or guardian of this Honorable House, I have been charged with the responsibility to address any breach of Parliament when rights and immunities have been disregarded within the House, according to Standing Order 9, subsection 1, which states, the presiding officer has the power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in the standing orders. Powers, though, are not arbitrary and must be guided by information and/or precedents and executed cautiously. Consequently, I choose as my first order of guidance May 2004 and the recommendations made by the Committee of Privileges that, and I quote, in general, the House should exercise its penal jurisdiction in any event as sparingly as possible. I will now discuss the ruling of each matter as follows. As mentioned earlier, the Leader of Assembly Business presented the matter of privilege, stating that the Minority Councillor, Dr. Faith B. Israel, on two occasions, at the press conference dated Tuesday, 6th February 2018, and the other within the February 8, 2018 edition of the Tobago Newsday. She made statements that sought, and I quote, to bring the members of the House into public odium and disrepute by imputing improper motives, contrary to the oaths taken in this House, unquote. The leader of Assembly Business went on to allege, and again I quote, that the minority councillor's statements were intended to bring harm to the good reputation of a member of this House after the member would have stood in this House providing personal explanations, again unquote. To determine contempt or breach of privileges by a member, that member must have committed the contempt. The Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago notes on the practice and procedure of the Committee of Privileges documents the main contemptuous situations of Parliament as follows. 1, misconduct in the presence of the House. 2, disobedience to rules or orders of the House. 3, misconduct by members or officers. 4, constructive contempt, and the examples given are reflecting negatively on the House or premature publication of committee proceedings. And number 5, obstructing members, officers, or witnesses when discharging their duties. From the list, it is evident that the statement presented by the leader of Assembly Business alleges constructive contempt, where according to May 2004, such acts of abuse tend to obstruct the Houses in the performance of their functions by diminishing the respect due to them. Furthermore, May, again in discussing contempt, describes it as, I quote, any act or omission which obstructs or impedes either House of Parliament in the performance of its functions, or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of such House in the discharge of his duty, or which has a tendency directly or indirectly to produce such results, may be treated as a contempt even though there is no precedent of the offense. It is therefore impossible to list every act which might be considered to amount to contempt, the power to punish for such an offense being of its nature discretionary. Honorable members, I also make reference to the recent ruling on the 16th of September 2017. The Speaker of the House, Mrs. Bridget Anisette George, made on the privilege motion moved against the Prime Minister, the Honorable Keith Rowley. The Speaker was faced with a similar ruling likened to what we face today, and she quoted from Gladstone's contribution on a brief breach of privilege debate in the House of Commons. I quote, "A breach of privilege is a very wide net, and it would be very undesirable that notice should be taken in this House of all cases in which honorable members are unfairly criticized. Breach of privilege is not exactly to be defined. It is rather to be held in the air to be exercised on proper occasions when, in the opinion of the House, a fit case for its exercise occurs. To put this weapon unduly in force is to invite a combat upon unequal terms wheresoever and by whomsoever carried on. Indeed, it is absolutely necessary that there should be freedom of comment," unquote. Members, do not misinterpret nor misrepresent my intention with the reasonings outlined above. I am not implying that the members' conduct should be accepted. Rather, I am suggesting that there would be political interchange among all members, and political comments would be made within the media which can be interpreted as contentious. However, I'm urging that your conduct as members of this honorable House remain parliamentary and that you operate within the lines of your parliamentary privileges, being self-disciplined and mindful of your duties and oaths as you function within this political capacity to serve the people and the nation's best interest. Additionally, we all should be aware that matters referred to the Committee of Privilege in accordance with Standing Order 36-1, the matter would take precedence over all other public business. Consequently, after careful consideration of the circumstances before me, along with the necessary information gathered from similar rulings which assisted in determining whether the member's contempt impedes the House from executing its duties, it is clear a prima facie case does not exist that warrants an investigation on this matter, and it will not be referred to the Committee of Privilege. I so rule. The second matter, as aforementioned, was presented by member for Palatuvia Lansumi Speyside, where he noted that at the 11th plenary sitting of the Tobago House of Assembly on January the 25th, 2018, the Secretary for Health, Wellness and Family Development, Councillor Dr. Agatha Carrington, made damaging statements that can bring this honorable House into odium and ridicule. He went on to state that the member committed contempt by her statements, which have reflected negatively on the House, and these statements brought indignity to the House of Assembly. Erskine, May 2004, noted that subject to a rule of order in debate, a member may state whatever he thinks fit in a debate, however offensive it may be to the feelings or injurious to the character of individuals, and he is protected by privilege from any action for libel, as well as from any other question or molestation. Members of this honorable House, I draw your attention to a statement made by a former Speaker of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, Wade Mark, in 2005, when he addressed the privilege of freedom speech by members whose language in a debate may tend to be offensive and injurious. The Speaker's statement expressed that, and I quote, "The most important parliamentary privilege members should be careful not to abuse is freedom of speech in this House." He went on to state that in exercising this constitutional right, the individual member must be conscious of the importance for him or her to be trustworthy. He expounded that parliamentary privileges carries with it responsibilities as well as rights, and those responsibilities ought to be exercised not only within the rules laid down by the House, but in conformity with the standards this House expects of its members. As presiding officer of this honorable House, I share the same sentiments as the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, as I make reference to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago notes on the practice and procedure of the Committee of Privileges, where earlier the 5 areas of contempt were outlined to you. One would see that the member has committed a contempt of Parliament by the misconduct in the presence of the House. Though the member's behavior was unparliamentary, it is not the only basis for which a matter should be referred to the Committee of Privileges. As mentioned from May 2004 in the previous ruling, any act or omission which obstructs or impedes either House of Parliament in the performance of its functions, or which obstructs or impedes a member or officer of such House in the discharge of his duty, or which has a tendency directly or indirectly to produce such results, may be treated as a contempt, even though there is no precedence of the offense. It is therefore impossible to list every act which might be considered to amount to contempt, the power to punish for such an offense being of its nature discretionary. Additionally, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mrs. Bridget Anisette George, on September the 16th, 2017, on her privilege ruling against the Prime Minister, quoted the privilege ruling of the Speaker Hunt of the New Zealand House of Representatives to support her refusal to send a matter to the Committee of Privileges. And I quote, "For a statement to constitute a contempt by reflecting on members, it would have to allege corruption or impropriety on the part of the members in their capacity as members. Hard-hitting and contentious statements to which members might well object fall within the boundaries of acceptable political exchange. Members, when the statements are deemed unparliamentary and therefore unacceptable, the actions of the House must be careful to decide." Again, May 2004 provides the necessary insight by emphasizing that the House is resolved to take action only when satisfied that it is essential to do so in order to provide reasonable protection against improper obstruction causing or likely to cause substantial interface with its functions. Through extensive consultation and research on similar situations, it was determined that an apology should have been submitted within the House by the member at the earliest time of the next sitting, or within the sitting to which the contempt was committed. Notwithstanding, the Chair acknowledges that an apology was given by the member to the offended within a public setting. Honourable members, after careful consideration to this matter, by meticulously analysing and interpreting the findings, I rule a prima facie case does not exist that warrants an investigation. Hence, the matter will not be referred to the Committee of Privilege. As mentioned in the previous ruling, Standing Order 36(1) should not be treated lightly, as it instructs that matters referred to the committee would take precedence over all other public business. I am of the opinion that there are more pressing matters that need to be considered in the best interest of this island and its people. I so rule.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I have the privilege of tabling the following papers in this Honourable House. The Tobago House of Assembly's monthly budget report at the end of February 2018, and the Tobago House of Assembly's monthly budget report as at the end of March 2018.
Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, select committees, questions to secretaries.
Question number 41 by the member for Parlatuvia, Lansome, Speyside.
Question number 41 to the Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation. The immediate past Secretary with responsibility for tourism in September 2015 announced that there will be the original Main Ridge Canopy Tour to begin at the Reserve Reception Center and run to Gilpin Trace Trailhead. The announced 1.5-kilometer zip line was to give visitors fresh views of part of the 4,000-hectare tropical forest, and the grand opening was scheduled for November 14th, 2015. It was estimated then that over $500,000 US was to go into creating this store. To date, the project has not materialized. Can the current Secretary for Tourism, Culture and Transportation give this House, A, an update on the status of this project, B, the total amount of money spent by the THA, if any, on this project, and C, an indication of whether or not this current Executive Council is desirous of continuing with this said zipline project.
Secretary for Tourism, Culture and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the Executive Council of the Tobago House of Assembly on December 17, 2014, granted approval for the then Division of Tourism and Transportation to establish a canopy tour in the Main Ridge Forest Reserve. The proposed canopy tour, as approved in 2014, should comprise of a maximum of 12 to 14 platforms and 11 to 13 traverse lines, a special observation platform for bird watchers and photographers to last a duration of 1 to 2 hours tour. The sum of $4 million TT was approved to undertake this project, which was expected to be completed within 7 weeks of materials arriving on site. Madam Presiding Officer, a service agreement was signed in June 2015 between the Tobago House of Assembly and Original Canopy Tours Enterprises Limited to design, develop, and construct a high-angle canopy tour course in the Main Ridge Forest Reserve. Officials from the Original Canopy Tour Enterprises Limited visited Tobago in September 2015 to map out the canopy tour course. The Division of Tourism and Transportation paid 2 of the 4 installment payments to Original Canopy Tour Enterprises Limited as per signed agreement. The first payment was in the sum of $277,000 for materials and equipment and $117,000 again for materials, equipment, and shipping as per signed agreement. However, all materials have not been received as they are stored at a facility in Miami, Florida. Madam Presiding Officer, I am informed that a decision was taken to have all materials shipped together rather than in separate shipments, as the equipment and material will usually arrive at different time intervals. This incurred a storage fee of an estimated $108,332 which is due to be paid. To date, the division expended the sum of $416,000 paid to Original Canopy Tours Enterprises Limited for materials, equipment, and the 40-foot insulated shipping container, and TT $192,571, which represents payment for procurement, project management services undertaken by EIDCOT, and other expenses associated when the visits to Tobago done by Original Canopy Tours Enterprises Limited. Madam Presiding Officer, the project is currently on hold due to the reduction in the Tobago House of Assembly's budgetary allocation, and the canopy tour was not identified as one of the priority projects to be undertaken during fiscal 2017-2018.
Madam Secretary, given that you're indicating that the project is now on hold, can you give any indication as to what the THA or your division will do with the materials already being stored in Miami?
Madam Presiding Officer, as we continue to review our projects, we would make a final decision on what we will do with the materials stored in Miami.
Question number 46 by the Minority Leader.
Presiding Officer. To the Chief Secretary of Education, Innovation, and Energy. Provide a total number of monthly paid workers within the Tobago House of Assembly, identifying how many are employed via temporarily contract workers compared to those who have been appointed permanently via the Public Service Commission / public servants.
Chief Secretary and Secretary of Education, Innovation, and Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, more time is needed for a complete research of this question in order to provide accurate information to this House. The research is being provided by public servants.
Question number 47. Secretary of Infrastructure, to the Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment, by the Minority Leader.
Thank you again, Madam Presiding Officer. The Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment and Leader of Assembly Business, the Tobago House of Assembly conducted a verification exercise for workers in the Unemployment Relief Program, URP. Resumption of full employment should have begun on the 1st of March 2018. Please indicate A, how many people returned with full employment 2 consecutive fortnights per month, meaning how many people returned with partial employment, working 1 fortnight per month. Thank you.
Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I stand to answer this question, though the premise is completely flawed. At no time did the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment indicate that there is resumption of full employment on March 1st. As a matter of fact, Madam Presiding Officer, stories of the day for 2nd March 2018 indicates that, and I'm reading from the 4th paragraph of the release, the Environment Program and Women's Program, which include the maintenance of beaches, parks, and public spaces, will be rotated on a fortnightly basis. In addition, more workers will be placed in the agriculture program to bolster food production on the island. As such, Madam Presiding Officer, the premise of the question is flawed. However, I am pleased this afternoon to respond to the query by the minority leader. Madam Presiding Officer, let me at this time thank the Chief Secretary for his astute leadership, as it is with great success that the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment and the management of the URP have enjoyed in restoring the program to a place where it serves its purpose that it was intended to accomplish. That is, to provide relief to individuals who find themselves or are in distress, in financial and social difficulty, or have a special need. Those that are genuinely disenfranchised or rendered vulnerable as a result. Therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, for a social safety net as URP, the social philosophy of what URP Tobago is now speaks progressively about engagement of vulnerable social groups, their empowerment through training and capacity building, the ability to return benefit to the Tobago economy, and critically become self-sufficient and transit towards better social standing. It is only then that URP can truly boast of fulfilling its mandate and ultimately restoring the confidence of the Tobago people. At the beginning of the year, the division set out to challenge the status quo and re-engineer the operations of URP. The verification process has allowed us to quantify the skill sets and training needs of those engaged in the program. But more importantly, Madam Presiding Officer, the management was able to structure the program in ways that have already realized greater levels of efficiency in each component, while drawing on the dynamic capabilities existing within public and private partnerships in light of fiscal realities. Using a project management approach, URP teams are now better structured and staffed, giving consideration to construction skills requirements, the nature of the work plan, and physical capacity of the workspace. Given these work plans, URP has utilized a deployment framework which sees three phases being implemented based on need, project demands for labor, and availability of resources by private citizens to sustain a self-help project. Further, URP is instilling quality into the program and has insisted on the return of value for public investment through various revenue streams in agriculture, construction, and the sale of concrete products and furniture and wooden fittings on the local and national market. To date, the division has shared in a tripartite agreement with the Division of Community Development, Enterprise Development and Labor, as well as the Division of Food Production, Forestry and Fisheries, to see the participation of persons within URP in efforts to restore and enhance agriculture in Tobago. It is an endeavor to attend to its heritage, to feed its people, and by Trinidad by extension. Madam Presiding Officer, I am pleased to announce that the seedling sale program or project under the URP has been reintroduced with great success, thereby encouraging demand forecasting and we are now better able to assess the needs of Tobago. Under the agro-based capacity building training, 37 persons of the URP program in the East were afforded the opportunity to be trained in commercial composting and plant nursery management and marketing. Already training in asexual plant propagation, horticulture and ornamental production and marketing are scheduled for 50 participants from the Women's and Environment Program in the East in May. Further, Madam Presiding Officer, it would please this House to know that it was only this morning that workers in the East Environment Program began harvesting approximately 20 square meters of cocoa under cultivation as part of the cocoa rehabilitation project. Altogether, what these types of exposure mean for us in Tobago are capacity building in agriculture, the rise in agri-related business, increased production in ornamental plants, and revenue generation from sales to local chocolate producers, home gardeners, and farmers. Madam Presiding Officer, it is important to note that a significant number of women in the program have expressed interest in agricultural training. In turn, they are to serve as advocates in rekindling agricultural projects in the primary schools and communities. These women, though a part of our most vulnerable group, have, by their efforts, demonstrated their ambition and their commitment to contribute in a significant way to our island's development. Further, Madam Presiding Officer, I must commend and congratulate at this time the Secretary and by extension the Division of Community Development, Enterprise Development and Labor, who has made a commitment to ensure that women who have successfully completed training in this tripartite training agreement will be afforded the opportunity to access grants and loans for business development. While there are only 69 in training at this time, the fruits of their labor are expected to redound to the benefit of our economy. They are part of the 231 registered women in the women's program that have all been engaged. They serve as cleaners and guardians to the infant population in our schools. Overall, Madam Presiding Officer, a total of 1,575 individuals are engaged in URP. To date, 682 persons enrolled in the program are engaged full-time in construction, revenue units, and administrative units. In regards to partial employment, currently 893, that is 231 women, and 662 environmental program employees are employed on an alternating fortnightly basis. However, Madam Presiding Officer, with the ramping up of our agricultural and revenue generation efforts, a total of 210 individuals are to be reassigned to these areas in June and will be employed on a full-time basis. These include 69 persons from the Women's Program, 31 from Environment West, 70 from Environment North, and 40 from the Environment East programs. Madam Presiding Officer, I trust that my colleagues, Tobago, and the minority team are pleased not only by the information presented, but more so by the substantial efforts by the management of the URP and the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries, and the Environment to transform this social mechanism into a necessary and productive feature of Tobago's society and economy. At the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries, and the Environment, we are committed to delivering quality works for you.
Question number 48 by the Minority Leader.
Thank you again, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 48 to the Chief Secretary, Secretary of Education, Innovation and Energy. At completion, it was promised that the Roxborough Sporting Complex will have been officially named St. Grace Sporting Complex. To date, no official naming ceremony has been held and the complex does not bear the name. What are the plans of the Executive Council to identify such? Let me repeat the question again.
Chief Secretary and Secretary of Education, Innovation and Energy.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Our research, Madam Presiding Officer, does not support the contention that a promise was made at completion, but it does support the view that a commitment was made to name the complex the Sid Gray Sporting Complex. As a result, Madam Presiding Officer, this Executive Council shall execute the promise. However, Madam Presiding Officer, there are some repairs that need to be done to the complex. Instructions have been given so that engineering works can be done, preceded, of course, by the necessary estimates and budgetary allocations.
Question number 49 by the member for Palatuvia, Lansome, Speyside.
Question number 49 to the Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation. In 2014, the Tobago House of Assembly purchased Mantle Lodge and Sanctuary Villa Resort for $32 million. In 2015, the THA, through the use of brochures at the World Travel Markets in the UK, advertised that Mantle Lodge will open in the first quarter of 2016, and Sanctuary Villa Resorts will be renamed the Tobago Great House Resort and Spa and will be opened in fall of 2016. To date, neither hotels have been built or renovated and opened. Can the Secretary for Tourism, Culture and Transportation give this House an update on both hotels and in so doing provide a timeline for completion of these projects? B, a list of contractors hired for redeveloping both hotels, and C, the amount of monies spent to date on Manta Lodge and Sanctuary Villas Resort, respectively.
Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. In response to Part A of this question, Madam Presiding Officer, due to the unavailability of funds, the upgrades to Manta Lodge and Sanctuary Resort were not completed as per the initial arrangement. Given the lapse in time, the division is reviewing both projects to determine their new costs, required to complete both properties. Part B of the question, Madam Presiding Officer, the Division of Tourism and Transportation engaged the services of EIDCOT for project procurement and management services for both Manta Lodge and Sanctuary Resort. Based on information received from EIDCOT, the following contractors were engaged for the Manta Lodge project: EFM Hospitality Solutions / NEF and JM Associates Incorporated for architectural services, RJS Transport and Equipment Rentals for cleaning services, Gardner and Associates Engineering Services for cadastral and topographical services, Lauriston Lewis Associates Limited for engineering services and construction administration for the project, and Premier Construction Services. MI4 Security Services Company for provision of security services for the property. The following contractors were engaged for Sanctuary Resort: SCC Landscaping for brush clearing services, Dominion Security Services Limited for provision of security services for the property, Professional Cuts and Maintenance Limited for clearing of large trees, brush and power wash services, EFM Hospitality Solutions, NEF and JM Associates Incorporated for architectural services, Antwine and Associates Surveys Limited for cadastral and topographical services. Part C, Madam Presiding Officer, the Division of Tourism and Transportation spent $17,844,184 on Manta Lodge, $8 million to Development Finance Limited for purchase of the property, and $9,844,184.80 to EIDCOT for project procurement and management services. In addition, $27,474,409.33 spent on Sanctuary Resort, $24 million to DFL for purchase of the property, and $3,474,409.33 to EIDCOT for project procurement and management services.
Question number 50 by the member for Palatuvia Lansome Speyside.
Question number 50 to the Secretary of Food Production and Fisheries. The workers that are responsible for the upkeep of Little Tobago have been without a boat to take them to the island to conduct the necessary upkeep of the island. Previously, under the tenureship of former Secretary Hilton Sandy, that once led the Division of Agriculture, Marine Affairs, Marketing and the Environment, 2010, a boat called Yellow Iron was purchased for the purpose of taking the workers to and from Little Tobago. The said boat was used for under 3 years before being parked at Tyrrell's Bay in Lucy Vale for many years. The boat, Yellow Iron, has since been removed, and the workers are still without a boat to get to and from the island. Currently, the team of workers on the island depends on the kindness of fishermen in the area, or the availability of boats owned by the division's workers to get to and from the island. Can the Secretary for Food Production, Forestry and Fisheries tell this House, A, when can a team of workers on Little Tobago expect to have access to a boat from the THA so that they can consistently conduct critical maintenance and environmental management work on the island of Little Tobago, and B, the whereabouts of the boat Yellow Iron?
Secretary of Food Production and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Part A of the question, a vessel will be made available as soon as the funding is made available to the Tobago House of Assembly. Part B, Yellow Iron is presently lodged at the compound of the at Buku Fisheries Training Center, awaiting inspection by the Trinidad and Tobago Board of Survey for write-off. So, at present, that is the situation. But, Madam Presiding Officer, through you, I would like to publicly thank the officers of the division and the fisher folk and the Divers Association for their yeoman services in assisting the members of the forestry department in taking them to the island and back. Citizens being concerned about the preservation and conservation of the wildlife across there. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The question and answer period is now closed.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries and assistant secretaries. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or sitting of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business. Executive Council business. Private business. Motion.
Minority Leader, Assemblyman Watson Duke.
Madam Presiding Officer, thank you for the opportunity to stand before this House and to stand on behalf of the people of Tobago and the Minority Council to lead a motion of significance, a motion that is timely and one that is relevant. Whereas the Tobago House of Assembly is a corporate body with direct responsibility for the formation of policy regarding the items in the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly Act. And whereas the Tobago House of Assembly is therefore indirectly responsible for operations of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, Caribbean Airlines Limited, and the Public Transport Service Corporation, and whereas Tobagonians have been experiencing hardship, anxiety, and frustration in exercising their fundamental constitutional right of freedom of movement via the public transportation system in Tobago and the air bridge and the sea bridge systems that exist between Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has set precedents by demonstrating an understanding of the uniqueness of Tobago needs and thereby approved the creation of a separate Tobago Tourism Agency as opposed to the Tourism Development Company for both islands. And whereas the proposed Tobago bill promises to give Tobago greater autonomy over the transportation sectors of the island if the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago should enact such constitutional changes. Be it resolved that this House write to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago as a matter of urgency, indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with the responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago. That is ground transportation, air transportation, sea transportation. Be it further resolved that the Tobago Transportation Agency be implemented immediately, notwithstanding the proposed Tobago bill, as the Tobago transportation sector is in dire straits. Here is the motion. Madam Presiding Officer, I am indeed pleased today to move such a motion. I'm pleased to be flanked by two of my colleagues that hold a different view from the 13 members of this House. And even though we are small in number, we understand by the traversing of the streets of Tobago and even Trinidad that something is not right. Something cannot be right when yellow iron that should be transporting people from the main island of Tobago to Little Tobago is parked quite in Buku, awaiting to be written off, and the Secretary is comfortable about that. Something is not right. When you board a plane 6 a.m. in the morning to come to Tobago, and you are told something is wrong with the plane, you need to get off. You wait for an hour, board another plane in Trinidad, rushing to come to Tobago. And after boarding that plane, you are told again something is wrong. You need to get off. Something is wrong when we have a joint select committee in Tobago in the year April 2016. A joint select, Madam Presiding Officer, I want you to advise this young man not to be distributing things when we are speaking, please. He's interrupting my flow. And he ought to respect that at least. Now is not time to be moving around, Madam Presiding Officer. I take you my seat for you to advise him, please. And I will not proceed unless you advise him, Madam Presiding Officer. He cannot continue to be doing that.
Mr. Duke, I'm asking you to please continue with the motion unless you are indicating that you want to close it out now.
And whenever we stand to speak, once there is unnecessary movement and interruption in this House, we will take our seat. I'm thankful for the fact that the longest rope has an end. And time is longer than twine. The disrespect to Tobagonians will end one day. It will end one day. And that day, as far as I'm told by the people outside of this House, is not too far away. And so as I continue, something got to be wrong in the House. When a speaker stands to speak, and he calls upon the presiding officer for protection and is told to continue his presentation. I know something is wrong in the House. Something is wrong in the House when you are not allowed to carry on your speech in a manner that is fitting for those who are presenting. After all, this House is about making deliberations. We cannot have the person who is speaking being interrupted. The standard is clear. And so as I press on today, and I'm going to start again if it's continuing, I will not be disturbed today, Madam Presiding Officer. Again, I plead your protection. You're in charge of this House, Madam Presiding Officer.
Mr. Duke, I urge you to please continue to move this motion unless you intend to bring it prematurely to a close. Please indicate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, again. And I wish to state the position of the Minority Council. There ought to be order in this House. I continue. So something is wrong in the House of Assembly when Tobagonians outside are suffering for better transportation, air transport, buses, we're talking about sea transport, and we are busy inside here waiting for the lunch hour. We are busy inside shining the rims on our new BMW. We are busy inside doing all sorts of things except administering the business of Tobago people. Something is wrong. In doing this motion, I must say I was encouraged by what central government in Trinidad would have done, in that they recognize the uniqueness of Tobago, and they would have closed a long-established institution called the Tourism Development Company and opened two organizations, that is the Trinidad Tourism Agency and the Tobago Tourism Agency. To me, it was a signal of what Tobagonians have been craving for. It was the signal of more autonomy, more decision-making power. The more we are able to create ideas based on the desire of our people, is the better we will serve our people of this beautiful island called Tobago. And so I've looked with great interest at what happened. Tourism was in crisis insofar as tourism had not been generating the type of revenue that we expected. Tourist arrivals were low, occupancy were low, and in an attempt to resuscitate an industry that was dying and to ensure that the tourism industry in Tobago takes on a unique shape that reflects Tobagonians' particularity, it was important that the Prime Minister bring to the Cabinet the idea of creating Tobago Tourism Agency. And so today, we are piloting this motion to create another agency called the Tobago Transportation Agency. It is something I believe that is more important than the tourism agency, because transportation speaks to movement, and movement finds its way into our constitution. It is part of our fundamental rights of every single human being in Trinidad and in Tobago, the freedom of movement. Interestingly enough, the Constitution reminds us that before even Tobago and Trinidad were independent from Britain, before we became a republic, there exist the rights of all Tobagonians and Trinidadians, the freedom of movement. And those rights should not in any way be impeded except by due process of law. Then we have it again written in our Constitution, something speaking to what is equal treatment. Here every creed and race find an equal place, and may God bless our nation. Suffice to say, the people in Trinidad have access to all essential services without having the challenge of wondering whether the bus is working this morning, whether or not they could take the hot sun as exists by Market Square, whether or not they could take the rainfall that meets them on their feet when they stand in that little cowshed opposite Market Square awaiting a bus. They do not have that challenge. In Trinidad, there is a bus terminus. At San Fernando, at Port of Spain. In Tobago, there used to be a bus terminus where the library now is. There used to be a bus terminus right there. Under the People's National Movement, that bus terminus was moved to San Cecil, and from San Cecil, it became extinct. You can search Tobago from Shalloville to Crown Point, from Pigeon Point to Pigeon Peak, and you will not find a bus terminus. There is none in this island. And we are saying here every creed and race find an equal place. The freedom of movement is a constitutional right, and yet there is no bus terminus where you can access in Tobago and get a bus to take you to any part. People have decided to wait by Market Square under a cowshed to access the bus service. In 2016, when we had the Joint Select Committee coming to Tobago, they discovered that PTSC had 45 buses. 45. Yet only 14 was working. At that same Joint Select Committee, when they furnished their report to the Parliament of Trinidad, it was said that within 3 months' time, they should have started to fix those issues. So that I say to you, there are still old buses in Tobago breaking down, and some places like Charlottesville have no bus system. Some places like Lansome has no bus system. What they are using are maxi taxis to operate the system, and the maxi taxis are operating at odd hours. A reliable bus service ought to be one that moves on time, and for a minimum, we are saying every 2 hours. Every single 2 hours, a bus service ought to move. After all, it's public transport. And if you want people to engage in what is called domestic consumption, spending their money in Tobago, you have to provide a bus service that will transport them to places where they can spend their money and engage in that form of domestic consumption. Otherwise than that, they will say, I'm going to Trinidad next month. When I go down, I'll go buy everything and done. But if there's a bus to take you down to Scarborough, you will come down and you will buy your stuff, and then you will go back up when your stuff will come up. Bus service in Tobago is an extinct business. I long for the time when you will catch a 6 o'clock bus, the 8 o'clock bus, the 10 o'clock bus, the 12 o'clock bus, the 2 o'clock bus, the 4 o'clock bus, the 6 o'clock bus, the 8 o'clock bus, and the 10 o'clock bus. Now, the only buses that are operating may be those buses on the street, Crown Point side, and those buses operate far few and in between. That's why we need a Tobago Transportation Agency. I go on again to speak about the bus for the disabled. A bus service for the disabled was planned and was implemented. And what started out as 3 buses for the disabled people in our community now come down to 1 bus. And the bus, I'm told, only operates between the hours of 7 to 7, during the week only. And they only transport those that are disabled, who are going to school, the hospital, on official business. So little Johnny, who is in the wheelchair, cannot go and take a beach bath. He cannot go and just look at the fort and relax himself. He can't even just go in the library and read with that bus. It has to be specifically school or healthcare. What type of society is that? That discriminates against those who are disabled. What kind of society is that? That tells them if you're not operating between Monday and Friday, 7 to 7, then you have no business being outside. What type of society is that? This is why we are talking about a Tobago Transportation Agency that will correct all of those problems. I turn to the plane, the aircraft. We had our Chief Secretary going down to Trinidad to deal with an increase or penalty attached to not booking and not maintaining your booking. Came back up with no change in that policy. We have a situation where Tobagonians are frustrated every single Friday at Piako Airport, awaiting some type of magician, awaiting the good faith of those who operate the airline to take them, because it's difficult sometimes to purchase a ticket on time. Sometimes their journey is ad hoc, and they are forced to operate ad hoc. And they are told the standby line is closed. They are told that there are no available flights. Come back in the morning. And they are told it's a first come, first served basis. We will start the standby list all over again. To beat that, what they do is to sleep in the airport, under the cold, without blanket, without sponge, without the comfort of hot tea. They sleep in the airport. I know. I've slept there a couple of times well. Awaiting that 5 o'clock hour in Trinidad, when you can put your name down first, and so be able to get first preference on a standby list. We are talking about the Tobago Transportation Agency that will correct that. We learned also too that when they came to Tobago and they looked at the fleets of ATRs, a small plane, there are 5 assigned to Trinidad and Tobago route. And some of those are in a derelict condition. Some of those require serious changing, serious adjustment, complete refurbishment, and sometimes doing away with. This was the case of many pilots a few months ago when they complained about a red light coming on in the cockpit. I remember that. And as I began earlier, as I said, just this week, when I boarded the plane on Tuesday morning this week, I had to come off the first plane. Something was wrong. Then I got on the second plane. Something was wrong again. We had to make it on the 3rd plane. We're talking about a Tobago Transportation Agency. And so the question is, why? Why a Tobago Transportation Agency? Or what is the Tobago Transportation Agency? Madam Presiding Officer, I want to make it clear for those who think that an agency is a difficult thing to create, that it is not. An agency is simply a business or an organization that provides a particular service on behalf of another business, person, or organization. And so, for example, in Tobago now, we have the Tobago Tourism Agency. That agency is operating on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism. That's the principal agent, the Ministry of Tourism. but it's carrying out a specific function on the ministry's behalf in Tobago. It required no legislative changes to the Constitution. What it required is the goodwill of those in central government. And if that goodwill that exists then still exists today, I'm saying to this Honorable House that the conversation can take place between the Executive Council and the Executive of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, and we can see the formation of a Tobago Transportation Agency. That agency would be able to assist Tobagonians greatly because it is a new dimension of Tobago providing within its own space the capability to manage how it exercises the freedom of movement. Very, very much so. You see, it's difficult to exercise your freedom of movement knowing that there are 15 new buses parked in Trinidad currently are waiting for someone to finish drinking their coffee and signing the paper and say, all right, bring them over now. That's what's happening right now. 15 new buses are parked in Trinidad. Some minister has to finish drinking his coffee, straighten his suit, button it, and say, all right, let's see if we can send those buses across to Tobago now. If we have the Tobago Transportation Agency, then when those buses are purchased, they will come directly here and not to Trinidad. This is what we need. The Tobago Transportation Agency provides administration, regulation, and the operation of all air transportation, all sea transportation, and all ground transportation. It provides regulation and administration over public transport and over private transport. As it is right now, someone who wants to get a taxi badge, to drive a taxi, or a maxi, they have to send this to Trinidad and await someone down there to find time, look at it and say, okay, I'll give them a chance. Someone who is totally unaware of the challenges in Tobago with transportation is making a decision in Trinidad. The Tobago Transportation Agency will eradicate that. And it is provided for by the Tobago House of Assembly Act, and we'll get to that a little later on. Suffice to say that if we were to create the Tobago Transportation Agency, then no taxi driver, no maxi driver will have to write to Trinidad asking for permission to have maxi rides or to have a taxi badge. No, it can be done right here. If we had a Tobago Transportation Agency, we don't have to wait for some organization in Trinidad to write off Yellow Iron, the boat. No, it can be written off right here by that agency. Under that agency, a licensing office would operate, but it will no longer be licensing office. It will be Tobago Transportation Agency. So the licensing of cars and all vehicles will take place under that agency. The licensing of boats, the licensing of all pleasure craft, motorbikes, whatever, would be registered and accounted for under the agency. The agency would be designed with integrating a network of roads and vehicles, etc., to ensure that a person in Lanswami could go to Charleville and he could calculate exactly when he will get to Charleville at what time using public transport. Around the world it's like that. Buses operate on time. Planes operate on time. And we have also boats operating on time. We need to regulate the person who operates jet skis in our country. The Tobago Transportation Agency will take care of that. Sometimes a tourist wants to ride on a jet ski, but the tourist must ask his or herself whether or not just this jet ski is licensed, whether it has insurance. And so we want to make all forms of transportation in Tobago accountable to the regulatory body called the Tobago Transportation Agency. and I now come to the legal aspects of it. This has more to do with an understanding between the THA and the central government, whereby in accordance with Section 25 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Section 25, subsection 3, in accordance with that act, Tobagonians have the right to create linkages, or to partner, I would say, with established organizations or ministries in Trinidad so as to provide a tailor-made service in Tobago. However, we have a chief secretary who is clearly not desirous of that, in that when he was asked to come to the JSC on the boat, he decided not to come. He said he's not responsible. It's a Trinidad business. With this transportation agency, not only will license, and the department fall under it and be integrated into it, also the Port Authority, Caribbean Airlines. And the rule is here. Under Section 25 of the Act, subsection 3, it states that where a statutory authority or a state enterprise provides services in Tobago, wherever they provide a service in Tobago. So where the Port Authority provides services in Tobago, where the Caribbean Airlines provides services in Tobago, where the PTSC provides services in Tobago, it is said here that authority or enterprise, in exercise of its duty in relation to those services in Tobago, act in accordance with the policies or programs of the Assembly. Therefore, what are the programs of the Assembly? What are the policies of the Assembly regarding air transport, ground transport, or sea transport? Apparently, there is none. There is no policy whatsoever, none whatsoever. But the enterprises in Trinidad ought to act in concert, act in pursuance of those policies by the Assembly. And it says, and to this end, the Act continues to say, enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Assembly. Very simple. It's in the law. It's in the House of Assembly Act. This is the reason why the Tobago House of Assembly was created. But apparently we have leaders who are not negotiators. We have leaders who are not dreamers. So they have no plan for Tobago insofar as transportation is concerned. There's no plan for a good bus service, one bus linking with the next bus. There's no plan for a good boat service. It's not their business. They're not responsible for it. They're sending legal letters saying, I'm not coming to meeting. I'm not answering that. They have no plan to treat with the AFA business. So when they go to Caribbean Airlines and ask them, why is that penalty of $50 imposed? They're given no answer, and they come back up smiling. But if the Tobago House of Assembly was to create policies that are unique to Tobago, if the Tobago House of Assembly had programs that are unique to the people of Tobago, then the law is clear. The law simply states that any enterprise in Trinidad, any ministry in Trinidad must work and ensure that they observe those policies. After all, the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government, they are one. They're all part of governance. And Tobago House of Assembly was created specifically to look after the unique needs of Tobagonians. We're not supposed to be throwing our hands in the air and say that Trinidad matter. That's why we are saying we need to have a Tobago Transportation Agency. Having done that, and having said that, it means, therefore, that the Chief Secretary, our Chief Secretary, Kelvin Charles, he ought to be a man of vision. He ought to be able to say to his executive team, instead of going on wild retreats that amount to nothing, let us sit down and discuss what are the transportational needs of Tobagonians. How could we get more people coming into Scarborough? How could we get more people going to Roxborough, Charlottesville? How could we move those disabled people to enjoy and engage in some type of leisure activities. How could we do that? Yes, we're going to use the public transportation service. How do we cut down on frustrating our taxis and maxis driver? How could we cut down on having no boat? How could we encourage our locals to be involved in business of having a boat or even an airline? I heard someone said Tobago Airlines coming. But what is the policy of the Assembly on that? We once had an airline, some years ago, called Tobago Express, that the Assembly was involved in. Apparently, it died a sudden death. This Assembly's Tobago Transportation Agency, Madam Presiding Officer, is an agency that will create regulations. And my colleagues will speak more on that in a while again. It is an agency that will create revenue. If we are asking, if I were Chief Secretary, and I will be very shortly, right, what will happen? Let me tell you what will happen, Madam Presiding Officer. I will go to Trinidad, and I will sit with the Ministry of Works and Transport, under whose charge for the Port Authority, under whose charge for Licensing Authority, under whose charge for Civil Aviation and Caribbean Airlines, under whose charge fall also to all of the other areas that comes under transport. And I will enter into a discussion with the minister, and I would say to him, let us manage the airspace. These 4 ATRs that are operating in Trinidad, we want to have them lodged and resting in Tobago. As it stands right now, no plane sleeps in Tobago, none. No plane sleeps here, none. We are troubled by that. In case there's an emergency and you have to rush 40, 50 people out of the island for medical care, what do you have to wait on? The helicopters come from Trinidad? You have to wait on that? No. We need to have some airlines resting here. We need to have hangars. By doing that, you are causing Tobagoans to dream. The young men will begin to study pilot. They will study aircraft engineering because they know they can work right here in Tobago. But when they set their eyes far off to Trinidad, sometimes the crime, sometimes the uncertainty, the distant relocation from family makes them say, no, I will not go to Trinidad. I will not pursue that field. Hence, we have a number of persons in Tobago trapped. If we had gone to the Port Authority as Chief Secretary, I will go to the Port Authority and I will say to them, look, we want the authority to manage these 2 vessels, whether it be the Spirit or the Express or the Cabo Star, because you want to develop in Tobago the capacity to fix these things. One of the best captains in Trinidad is a Tobagonian, and I salute him. Brebner, I think his name is Brebner. He's a captain, all right? And these people, while they're Tobagonians, the pride of working in Tobago and for Tobago is lost. They're working in between Trinidad and Tobago, but they reside in Trinidad. Madam Presiding Officer, we are laying the foundation here today. By no means this motion is a bill. This motion is an idea that says we need to bring air transportation, ground transportation, sea transportation under one house. We need to do so now, and we cannot wait on the constitutional amendment bill that will give authority to Tobago. Because as far as I'm aware, that bill may never come into existence. However, if it does come, when it comes, it must meet Tobago almost ready to take off in the other areas. Because the area of transportation, we would have been ready. And so as I put the bill on the table now, I ask my colleagues on the other side to open your minds and understand self-determination, autonomy does not begin by saying, I will wait until you give me something. We must begin to push the envelope. We must begin to make the clarion call that the time for inclusiveness is now. The time for Tobago autonomy is now. The time for self-determination is now. And we must use the framework provided for in the House of Assembly Act to ensure that that takes place, which is form a memorandum of understanding with the relevant enterprise or the central government in the furtherance of that. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you and I submit this bill and I ask my colleagues to support this bill.
Members, the question proposed. Whereas the Tobago House of Assembly is a corporate body with direct responsibility for the formation of policy regarding the items in the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, and whereas the Tobago House of Assembly is therefore indirectly responsible for operations of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, Caribbean Airlines Limited, and the Public Transport Service Corporation. And whereas Tobagonians have been experiencing hardship, anxiety, and frustration in exercising their fundamental constitutional right of freedom of movement via the public transportation system in Tobago and the air bridge and sea bridge systems that exist between Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has set precedents by demonstrating an understanding of the uniqueness of Tobago's needs and thereby approved the creation of a separate Tobago Tourism Agency as opposed to the Tourism Development Company for both islands. And whereas the proposed Tobago bill promises to give Tobago greater autonomy over the transportation sectors of the island if the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago should enact such constitutional change, be it resolved that this House write to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago as a matter of urgency, indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with the responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, that is, ground transportation, air transportation, and sea transportation. And be it further resolved that the Tobago Transportation Agency be implemented immediately, notwithstanding the proposed Tobago bill, as the Tobago transportation sector is in dire straits. Assemblyman Ansel Dennis.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Of course, it is always a pleasure and a privilege to stand on my feet, sitting here in my capacity as Assemblyman for the great electoral district of Buku, Mount Pleasant. Of course, let me take this opportunity to recognize our seniors present here at this debate, looking all wonderful, and of course, our young students from Bishops, is it? Scarborough Sec, and of course, students from Light and Life as well, and of course, other members gathered in the public gallery. And I want to say to the seniors especially, while you may have been disappointed at what has transpired before at this debate, I will ensure that I will not let you down and that you will have all the confidence that the values that you would have instilled in young Tobagonians over the years still reside in some of us young people. Because, Madam Presiding Officer, I understand who is in charge of this House, and I respect you in your capacity as presiding officer of this House, and therefore I will never question any of your rulings made in this House. But I listened to the presentation of the minority leader, because this is his motion. He brought this motion to this House. And all I heard was lies, untruths, misinformation. I am yet to hear the justification for this Tobago Transportation Agency. I am yet to hear about the structure of this agency. I am yet to hear about the plans of this agency and exactly how this agency will fix the issues on the sea bridge, the issues experienced with the air bridge, and of course our public transportation system here in terms of PTSC here in Tobago. I am yet to hear that. But interestingly, I heard lies and untruths. I heard the minority leader say to us in this house, Madam Presiding Officer, that it was the central government who approved the establishment of a Tobago Tourism Agency. But I want to remind him and at the same time correct the record that this Tobago Tourism Agency established under this administration was the vision of Kelvin Charles, Madam Presiding Officer. And I want to remind him that that was also part of a PNM manifesto when we were campaigning during the last Tobago House of Assembly election. So it did not require any central government approval. It did not require any central government support. Maybe there was some discussions. And I'm saying to you that this was clearly the vision of the visionary Kelvin Charles. But you see that sometimes they want to talk about change, and they believe change has to do with airports in Roxborough and all these other impossible and non-feasible ideas. So when you want to talk about change and vision, look at URP, because we had a clear example of what has transpired in URP when the Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure responded to the question posed by the minority leader. We have seen the transformation taking place in URP over the last few months. Look at what is happening with the quarry, Madam Presiding Officer. We have seen an unproductive and unprofitable quarry get to the place where we are now declaring profits in excess of millions of dollars, Madam Presiding Officer. And therefore, this demonstrates that this administration, under the leadership of Honorable Kelvin Charles, is willing to tackle any issue faced by Tobagonians, and we are willing to change the status quo, even as our mantra continues to be business as unusual. And therefore, we are not adverse to making difficult decisions. And we have clearly demonstrated that we have the requisite political will, Madam Presiding Officer. So as I continue to listen to the minority leader, as difficult as it was, I asked questions, I heard statements about the relic planes, and I'm wondering, where did the minority leader see the relic planes in Trinidad? And I'm wondering if he's talking about the old airport where they have those old Caribbean airline planes parked up on the hangars. But nothing about the agency in terms of its plans. Nothing about a clear structure, Madam Presiding Officer. Nothing about a model in terms of where this worked before and how we intend to make it work here, Madam Presiding Officer. Only misinformation and talk about having planes parked in Tobago. I want to suggest that you buy your own plane and park it in Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer. But when you look at the airport, Madam Presiding Officer, no hangars. Where will these planes be housed? As a matter of fact, we are now struggling to find the funding to deal with the much-needed new terminal for the A&R Robinson International Airport. Misinformation and lies. But I wouldn't spend much time on that, Madam Presiding Officer, because unlike the minority leader, I did my homework. I did my research, because I understand the importance of this issue of transportation here, not just in Tobago, but Trinidad and Tobago. So I want to specifically look at the Sea Bridge, Madam Presiding Officer. And I want to go back into history. And I'm sure some of the seniors here present will join me as we reflect on the journey and the history of the Sea Bridge over the years here in Trinidad and Tobago. So I want to, tease the lady in red a little bit and ask her if she remembers the Geltin and the Tistin. And of course, yes, of course I wasn't born as yet. And I want to ask her if she remembers in the 1960s, when we moved from steamships. 1960s, I probably wasn't even a thought. With the introduction of roll-on, roll-off type vessels, where we had the Scarlet Ibis and the Bird of Paradise. You all remember, right? And then by 1982, Madam Presiding Officer, was when the government placed an order for the MF Panorama. Of course, it arrived some 6 years later. And then in 1987, Madam Presiding Officer, which is the year I was born, when the MF Panorama was finally introduced, and it was another notable benchmark in the development of the service, the Inter-Island Ferry Service of Trinidad and Tobago, because of course this was termed as a highly sophisticated roll-on, roll-off vessel with a passenger capacity of 700 persons plus 25 cabins. And it also had the capacity for 1,025 tons of cargo, Madam Presiding Officer. And then as young as I was in 1994, I remember looking at the news when the Condor 9 made its first journey from Trinidad to Tobago. And this signaled the first taste of fast ferry operations here in Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to remind us as well that this introduction and all this happened under the leadership of the then Prime Minister Patrick Manning under a PNM government, Madam Presiding Officer. So we moved from slow vessels to fast ferries, and I remember looking at the news. I could vaguely remember. But if I remember clearly, I think ambulances had to come to the port because the ride was so fast. Persons were shaken, Madam Presiding Officer. I remember looking at the news. Am I correct? And then, of course, Madam Presiding Officer, we even expanded on the fast ferry service because in January 2005 and May 2005, respectively, we had the introduction of the CAT and the Lynx. You all remember those two fast ferries? Again, under the leadership of a PNM government in Trinidad and a PNM government in Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer. The service was revolutionized. And then, of course, vessels came and vessels went. On December 11, 2004, we had the MV Sonia, or Sonia, however you want to pronounce it. And this vessel graced our shores in majestic style, Madam Presiding Officer, bringing with her all the state-of-the-art conveniences of a modern cruise vessel, again, under a People's National Movement government in Trinidad and a PNM-THA in Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer. But then Prime Minister Patrick Manning, the late Prime Minister Patrick Manning, and may God bless his soul, being the visionary that he was, went even further in 2006 when the government disclosed its plans to purchase 2 fast ferries at a cost of some $416 million. The CAT and the Lynx. The Lynx, 9 years old at the point in time, was purchased at a cost of $126 million, while the 4-year-old CAT was purchased for $290 million PT dollars, Madam Presiding Officer. All this development of our fast ferry service and our inter-island transportation service took place under the leadership, Madam Presiding Officer, of the People's National Movement. And having said that, I want to expose a particular piece of misinformation and mischief, which suggests that this administration, this present PNM administration, is deliberately frustrating Tobagonians by ensuring that the Sea Bridge doesn't function effectively. And I want to suggest and debunk that notion. I want to suggest that it is a foolish notion. I want to suggest that any right-thinking Tobagonian will understand that no Tobago Prime Minister or no Tobago Chief Secretary will deliberately preside over this situation we experience on the Sea Bridge. So when I hear members of the minority going into the media and going into the highways and byways and suggesting that it's Keith Rowley's fault and Kelvin Charles' fault because Keith Rowley and Kelvin Charles don't like Tobago, I want to say to all of Tobago that that is abject nonsense, Madam Presiding Officer. And I'm coming to the why, in terms of why we're in this position. But before I go there, you know, I believe in the Bible. And I don't always question the Bible, Madam Presiding Officer. But there's a particular piece of scripture that I often question, which says, foolishness is bounded up in the heart of a child. But the word of correction will drive it out. Madam Presiding Officer, the question I have in my mind is when I am convinced that foolishness is also bounded up in the heart and minds of some adults. And I'm not sure, Madam Presiding Officer, what will drive it out. So let's look at the fast ferry, Madam Presiding Officer, because I'm getting to the why, in terms of why we are here. One fast ferry, and you could pick one, the TNT Spirit or the TNT Express, carries 862 passengers and 165 cars. A two-way passenger ticket is how much? $100 TT. So on a given day, if that particular ferry was to make the journey back and forth full, which seldom happens, that would be $86,200 TT in revenue. If it was to carry cars in its full capacity, again, which it seldom does, that will be $41,250 in revenue for that particular day, Madam Presiding Officer. If each passenger on that full ferry was to spend $25 on eats and drinks on each leg of the journey, that will be an average of some $43,250, Madam Presiding Officer. And therefore, the total revenue generated by that boat for that particular day will be $170,700, Madam Presiding Officer. That's one vessel on that day, if it is in fact full on both legs of the journey. Let's look at fuel, Madam Presiding Officer, expenditure. My information and my research has informed me that one fast ferry requires 32,000 liters of fuel per day at a cost of $3.41 TT, and I didn't include VAT, per liter, which gives us $109,120 TT, Madam Presiding Officer. Salaries, Madam Presiding Officer, a conservative estimate of $10,000 per day. Maintenance, a conservative estimate, Madam Presiding Officer, of $200,000 per day. And operating expenditure, costs of operating the vessel, for one particular day in terms of supplies, toilet paper, cleaning supplies, drinks, food, etc. 200,000 TT dollars per day. My information or my research gives me a total of 520,000 TT dollars per day for one vessel expenditure. And therefore the conclusion here is that on any one day or on any one sailing, one fast ferry incurs a loss of some 350,000 TT dollars or more, which works out to $10.5 million per month or $126 million TT per year. One ferry in losses. And then as I researched further, Madam Presiding Officer, I discovered an article called, and the title was Concerns Over Ferry Contracts. And I want to quote some of the content. The article, of course, was dated Tuesday, the 5th of September, 2017. And by this time is when we started experiencing some of the challenges with the sea bridge. The GSC expressed concern over the circumstances surrounding cancellation of a US $7 million contract to Canadian company Bay Ferries and the award of a US $347,000 contract to local firm Magellan Maritime Services for maintenance of the TNT Spirit. Energy Minister Franklin Kahn described it, Madam Presiding Officer, as jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Kahn was concerned that despite challenges with Bay Ferries, Magellan provided primarily managerial and not maintenance services for the ferries. But keep your focus on the figure of $7 million US per year. And I searched all over the Caribbean, Madam Presiding Officer. I looked at Anguilla, that route from Anguilla to St. Martin. I looked at Guadeloupe. I looked at the ferry services provided to the islands in the Bahamas. And I could not find any ferry service in the Caribbean, Madam Presiding Officer, that could be compared to our own unique circumstances and our own unique requirements. In all of those examples, Madam Presiding Officer, the journey is a lot shorter. The maximum journey, I think, is 1 hour. That's between, can't remember which islands exactly in the Bahamas. Some journeys were as short as 30 minutes. The size of the vessels, Madam Presiding Officer, is significantly smaller than what we have. And therefore, my conclusion is that our sea bridge, our inter-island ferry service here in Trinidad and Tobago is indeed unique and cannot be necessarily compared with other jurisdictions in the Caribbean. So therefore, it is sensible to conclude, Madam Presiding Officer, that any inter-island ferry service operated in this country at this point in time will have to be heavily subsidized, Madam Presiding Officer. So the question is, how can the government continue to afford those subsidies, and how can we achieve the objectives of effective and efficient customer service, a reliable sea bridge, Madam Presiding Officer, and at the same time, value for money? So unlike the minority leader, I want us to explore some possible options, Madam Presiding Officer. Because I want to suggest that contrary to the talk about Kelvin Charles and Keith Rowley being wicked and irresponsible, let us be pragmatic. If the port hires engineers and other operators to undertake certain responsibilities explain to me, Madam Presiding Officer, or dare anybody to explain to me, how can Keith Rowley, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, sit in his office and manage what happens in the port in Port of Spain or the port in Scarborough, Madam Presiding Officer? I want somebody to explain that to me. Recently, again, we had a situation where the boat was due for dry docking, a process that was supposed to take, I think it was 6 weeks originally, took us almost 1 year. And I want somebody to explain to me how Chief Secretary Kelvin Charles should be responsible for that, or how the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago should be responsible for that, Madam Presiding Officer. But of course, ultimate responsibility, as we like to say, lie with the leaders, those whom we elect. So we have a situation where the port manages ferries. Of course, they will engage the services of suppliers who will maintain, in some instances, and who will provide other services. Some persons suggest, having spoken to a number of individuals, that under the management of Bay Ferries, which is the company that we just got rid of, because we could no longer afford the expense, Madam Presiding Officer, it was some of the best times we had in terms of the management of the ferries, Madam Presiding Officer. So therefore, I'm suggesting that in order for us to realize this vision and this aspiration of an effectively managed inter-island ferry service, that there is a need for greater private sector involvement, Madam Presiding Officer. I want to suggest as well that there is no need for any Tobago transportation agency, especially the model being suggested by the minority, one that will manage PTSC buses, one that will manage the air bridge, and that will also manage the sea bridge. I want to suggest that such a model being implemented in Trinidad and Tobago is impossible and nonsensical, Madam Presiding Officer. And I'll tell you why. As I said before, the sea bridge is already being heavily subsidized. And the question I want to ask the minority, because they didn't tell us any details about how this will be set up and how it will be managed, I want to ask the minority, where will the money come from for a Tobago agency to manage ferries, manage buses, and at the same time manage planes, Madam Presiding Officer? And I want to also remind the minority leader that the air bridge between Trinidad and Tobago, operating in its present context of $300 for a return airfare, could never be profitable, Madam Presiding Officer. And therefore, the only thing that saves Caribbean Airlines, or the only thing that brings Caribbean Airlines any hope of profitability, Madam Presiding Officer, is the other routes, whether it be the Caribbean, Barbados, Grenada, St. Lucia, Canada, Miami, etc., Madam Presiding Officer. So there is no hope of an air bridge in Tobago, between Trinidad and Tobago, being profitable with an airfare of $300 per passenger. And I want the minority to tell us, and maybe the other two speakers will, where the money will come from to manage buses, vessels, or ferries and airplanes here in Tobago by a Tobago Transportation Agency. So let's talk about privatization, because when we hear the word privatization, we just get afraid, especially when we belong to unions. But I want to suggest that there are different levels of privatization. You have, and looking specifically at the ferry system in terms of what could work, you have the possibility of franchising, Madam Presiding Officer. And I want to suggest, in my opinion, that this is the best option to manage the sea bridge or to manage the vessels operating the sea bridge at this point in time. Because yes, we are in agreement that there is need for change. And as signaled by our actions before, whether it be URP, CPEP, the quarry, we are prepared to make decisions and undertake changes where necessary. So let's look at franchising, Madam Presiding Officer. And this is where the public sector contracts out operation of public transport service for a set period. And I'm going to tell you how this will be different, or should be different, from the Bay Ferries approach. Because the Bay Ferries approach was one where Bay Ferries simply maintained the vessels. But a franchising model suggests that whoever the private entity is will be responsible not just for management, but operating the service, Madam Presiding Officer. So in this scenario, the public sector will retain ownership of the public assets, ownership of all the vessels, and of course, the Port Authority will continue to manage the ports. I want to suggest as well that representing the state in terms of owning these vessels and owning these assets, that there should be a holding company managed by the Tobago House of Assembly, whose board or whose management committee should be appointed by the Tobago House of Assembly, Madam Presiding Officer. Under this model, there will be a high level of government oversight and management performance through contracts, Madam Presiding Officer. I know the minority leader will want to ask the question, so what about the staff members? Will anybody be sent home? And I'm saying that doesn't have to happen. There is the possibility of a smooth transition of workers from the present arrangement being transferred to whatever private arrangement that could be considered. And the question could be asked, what are some of the benefits of this arrangement, Madam Presiding Officer? Firstly, to the government and to us as taxpayers, this could possibly reduce the level of subsidies, enabling reinvestment in other areas or other services, public services here in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer. In terms of our customers, the users of the service, this arrangement could improve the customer experience through private sector innovation and investment.
Member, your speaking time has ended.
That the speaking time of the honourable member be extended by a further 10 minutes.
Members, it's put that the speaking time for the honourable member be extended by a further 10 minutes. All in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Member, your speaking time has been extended by a further 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. So I'm saying all over the world, even in institutions where the public sector is considered to be efficient, you always have issues of bureaucracy and inefficiencies within the public arrangement. And I'm saying part of dealing with those issues has to do with the involvement of the private sector, which can in fact bring much needed benefits to these services and to its customers and users, Madam Presiding Officer. So I'll use my final 10 minutes to just discuss some requirements for successful implementation if we in fact decide to go in this direction. And number one, the process must be, there must be competition, Madam Presiding Officer. we must also get the contractual arrangements right. And I want to suggest that maybe, because one of the issues we had with Bay Ferries had to do with the cost. And of course, based on my research, the cost was indeed significant. And we had gotten to the point where, based on our economic circumstances, we could no longer afford it. But I'm saying there maybe could have been some option to renegotiate if possible. And this, of course, has to do with the initial contractual arrangements. So we must ensure that in negotiating, in setting up whatever models, in getting into any agreements with any private entity, we must get the contractual arrangement right. You must also have the right people and the right skills, or the people with the right skills to manage the relationship and to manage the process, Madam Presiding Officer. And of course, whatever arrangement we do decide upon must be flexible and it must be adaptive to change. In other words, we could start off with a particular level of subsidy. And as things progress, the private entity may come to the table and say, look, the usage of the service isn't at the levels that we would have expected, and therefore we're asking for some more subsidies. Or the government may decide that, look, we find you're making too much profits, and therefore we want to pull back a little bit on the level of subsidies, but at the same time we're asking you to maintain the level in terms of the fee structure. And at the same time, you must continue to invest the same amount that you've been investing in maintenance, Madam Presiding Officer. We must also ensure that there are appropriate and sufficient regulations so that we don't have a situation where a monopoly will be developed. So, Madam Presiding Officer, in closing, I want to say again that there is no need for us to establish a Tobago Transportation Agency. I'm saying that there is a need for us to reevaluate the Sea Bridge. There is need for us to do our research, and there is need for us to look at the possible options that will afford us the necessary improvement and the necessary reliability and great customer service that is deserving of all Tobagonians and even users from Trinidad and abroad, Madam Presiding Officer. So with that said, I look forward to the other contributions from the majority, and of course they will delve further into the issues surrounding the air bridge and the PTSC. And with that said, I am only prepared to support an amended version of this motion, Madam Presiding Officer.
Minority Councillor, Dr. Faith B. Israel.
Good afternoon, Madam Presiding Officer, to the members of the House, and special good afternoon to those visiting with us. It is really a pleasure seeing the students and those individuals who are part of the senior debate with us here today. Today, the Minority Council has the privilege of tabling our third motion since the 2017 THA elections. And I am happy to state that what this motion does is highlight some of the aspects that were included in the mandate that we created based on discussions with people as we moved around campaigning just before election. However, the situation with the inter-island transportation and the woes that we've experienced within the last year and a half or so has basically solidified the need for us to ask for what we are asking for. And that is, simply put, a comprehensive transportation system that works. And I would like to repeat that. We are asking for a comprehensive transportation system that works. And it is obvious that what we've been doing before has not been working. This is why we are here. It is obvious that the paths that we've taken before have not worked to our benefit. Madam Presiding Officer, as the Minority Leader indicated, the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly Act is very clear on its responsibilities. And let's look at the Act, and I will identify specifically the aspects that relate to what we are talking about. Just to be clear, Item 15 speaks about town and country planning, and we'll talk about that a little bit. Item 16, infrastructure, including air and sea transportation, wharves, airports, and public utilities. Item 18, highway and roads. Item 21, customs and excise to some degree, and item 22, licensing. These are all part of the 5th schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly. And as the Tobago House of Assembly moves towards greater autonomy, we need to demonstrate our willingness to do the hard work and to do what is necessary to ensure that we take our responsibility seriously and therefore develop the system that works for us here in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about 3 specific aspects of this Tobago Transportation Agency. I will speak on the proposed regulatory and administrative functions, the initial funding that would be necessary, and let me say initial funding and investment, because we have to think about it like that, and some of the aviation possibilities that it will bring for Tobago as an example. As indicated by the Minority Leader, Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago Transportation Agency, as we visualize it, will be responsible for comprehensively ensuring that all aspects of transportation, whether it is ground transportation, air, or sea transportation, is integrated in a way that is comprehensive, that is seamless, that is effective, and is efficient. And by the way, on an island that is just about 116 square miles, with only about 60,000 of us here, that is not that difficult. As a matter of fact, greater constituencies, far larger constituencies, have done exactly that. And what we are trying to do is to ensure what we have here works for us. So let's start with the proposed administrative and regulatory framework. The Tobago Transportation Agency will be the arm of the Tobago House of Assembly that basically formulates policies for all aspects of transportation. In some instances, it may directly manage some of those transportation needs, but in others, it will provide policy and guidelines so that the agencies or the private sector or the state, the government sector or whoever it is that's actually operating the service, they will know what is the policy of the Tobago House of Assembly and they can follow those guidelines. It's as simple as that. In some instances, for example, we may determine how many buses we actually need in Tobago for it to work effectively. That agency can determine the routes that those buses can take, the scheduling of those buses. The agency can also develop plans that would allow for private cars or maxis and so forth to function, including the regulation of those, including the licensing of those entities. It would also include a transportation hub, for example, where the public can have a central space to travel to and to travel from to accommodate that in an organized fashion, which is not what we are seeing right now. If you ask anyone, where do you go to get a maxi to go here? Or where do you go to get a car to go somewhere else? The answer is different. It isn't a standardized, well-developed process. The policy, as the minority leader says, would include all forms of transportation. So looking at all forms, including bicycles, jet skis, because we need to regulate, we need to manage those things. Hovercrafts if we get to that point. Donkey carts if we need to. All of those would be a part of the policy. So we would give guidelines as to how those are used. It may include, for example, developing bike paths so that we know that bicycles can ride in these areas and the bikers don't have to be afraid of getting bounced down. Or walking paths or bus lanes so that we know exactly what is traveling where, and that is well documented, it is well highlighted, and it is well regulated. These are the kinds of policies we are talking about. It is important to understand, Madam Presiding Officer, that the Tobago Transportation Agency would also be the single agency we are proposing, and this is just one option, that basically, and I want us to pay special attention to this, basically takes on the function in Tobago of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to the seaports, and the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to the airports. So this will be an agency, a single agency, because we are relatively small, because the land space is small, because we want to ensure complete integration and seamless transition, that entity, in essence, operates the way the Port Authority operates and the way the Airport Authority operates, but for the island of Tobago. And to solidify that point, Madam Presiding Officer, please just allow me to highlight currently, and I'll use the Port Authority as the example. According to the Port Authority Act, here are some of the things that the Port Authority currently is responsible for. The development of harbors in Trinidad and Tobago, to operate port services, to operate the government shipping services, to collect dues and charges and taxes, and so forth. Section 8.2 of the Port Authority Act goes further by kind of defining, when they say developing and operating, what that means, and I'll highlight. It includes provision and maintenance of facilities and equipment, the erecting and maintenance of jetties, piers, and so forth, the provision of docking facilities, the provision of lights, towing services, dredging services, repair services to vessels docked in the harbor, and so forth. What we are proposing, Madam Presiding Officer, is that in Tobago, instead of having the Airport Authority do the equivalent of that in the airport, and the Port Authority do the equivalent of that at the seaports, we are proposing, and this is one example, just a suggestion, that the Tobago Transportation Agency be responsible for those functions. Please note, Madam Presiding Officer, and I want to be very, very clear with this. We are not necessarily proposing that the Transportation Agency takes over the function of the Trinidad and Tobago Inter-Island Ferry Service, which is the entity that operates the ferry service. Nor are we suggesting, Madam Presiding Officer, that it takes over the functions of Caribbean Airlines, because those are, no. Because those are the functions of specific carriers. Those are the functions of specific carriers that run the route between Trinidad and Tobago. We would suggest, however, that because these are partially state-run entities, that we have more equal representation on their board, so maybe a 50-50 representation on the board of Port Authority and Caribbean Airlines or any of the other agencies that are government-assisted but operate the routes. And on that note, Madam Presiding Officer, I would also suggest, and one of the things that have come up over and over when we've had discussions about this particular motion recently and have come up in the past, is the fact that there may be other private organizations who would want to ply the route. So, the Tobago Transportation Agency, we are suggesting, would also be responsible, because this is our land, basically, for giving that kind of authority for private people. Somebody wants to start running 2 or 3 small planes or whatever, we could give them that authority to do that service and land in our ports. This also means, Madam Presiding Officer, that the Tobago Transportation Agency would also have the authority to designate, because we understand the development that's happening here, to designate which of our airports and which of our seaports are international airports or CARICOM seaports. And please note that I have been saying ports with an S, because the vision that we have for Tobago allows us to have way more than just the one airport or just the one seaport, because of the volume of traffic that can come through this island. Having more than one may be necessary. And let me just take one quick thing that is related but kind of not related. It is this idea of ensuring that at least one of our seaports in Tobago is designated as a CARICOM port. This is a must, because we have a situation here where the businessmen and women in Tobago who may be importing goods, whatever those goods may be, because our port here in Tobago is not classified as a Caribbean, it's not an authorized CARICOM seaport, it means that all of their goods must first go to Trinidad, and then our businessmen here in Tobago must then find their way to Trinidad and figure out how to get the goods back to Tobago. We see where that is costing us in time and money, and in the end, that allows the cost of goods in Tobago to be significantly higher than the cost of similar goods in Trinidad. Therefore, ensuring that at least one of our seaports in Tobago is classified as a CARICOM port must be one of our major priorities, because it is going to help our business community significantly in the future. Madam Presiding Officer, how do we envision giving the Tobago Transportation Agency all of this power? Well, as you said, as we are moving towards greater autonomy, that is a relatively easy step. And I am really, really happy that the member for Bucco Mount Pleasant made it very clear that central government did not have to do anything for the Tobago Tourism Agency to come in place, which means that, in essence, the central government does not really have to do anything to allow us to do the Tobago Transportation Agency. However, because we understand that there is going to be significant collaboration, because a big chunk of our travel is inter-island travel, there needs to be that clear understanding with the agencies in Trinidad, those state agencies in Trinidad. There needs to be a very clear understanding of who is responsible for what, where, when, and how as it relates to the Tobago Transportation Agency. Which is why we suggested in the motion to write to the Cabinet as a matter of urgency to include the need for this. And basically, as my minority leader indicated, let's start creating the memorandum of understandings that are necessary so that this works seamlessly. And Madam Presiding Officer, may I quickly add that with a PNM central government and a PNM Tobago House of Assembly, this should be even easier than we envisioned, because that was one of the many campaign promises of the PNM, that when you have central government is PNM and Tobago House of Assembly is PNM, everything would be easy. Well, obviously that has not worked, but everything would be easy. And we are not going to forget that promise. And by the way, and let me just throw this out, because I hear the minister, well, I may be incorrect, so please forgive me if I'm wrong. I understand that the minister with responsibility for transportation has been speaking very loudly about how inefficient the Port Authority is, and therefore there may be a need to privatize that process and so forth. It is a possibility that if they are going to go that route and they are willing to hand up that part of it, maybe they can hand it to the Tobago House of Assembly and see if we can run it effectively and efficiently. It is a possibility. Madam Presiding Officer, the next issue I would like to touch on is as it relates to cost implications. Because as rightly said, not because we want to run the services, meaning taking over what Caribbean Airlines and what Port Authority does and what the Inter-Island Transportation Service does, but because we would need to significantly update the infrastructure, we would need to significantly change how we function currently. There are going to be resource needs for the Tobago Transportation Agency. And when I said resources very specifically, but I want to start by talking about this idea that we cannot do things in Tobago because we cannot find people in Tobago with the necessary skills and competencies. Now, that is a fallacy that's been used, that is something that's been propagated all the time. But we must also remember that Tobagonians have always been very intellectual people. And Tobagonians have always left Tobago because there were not opportunities for advancement here, and they advanced themselves elsewhere. And we are 110% sure that if we really start advertising that this agency is going to happen and these are the skills we need, we will find people, dare I say we will find Tobagonians who are capable, who are competent, who want to come back home to do this because this is the way it should be. We can attract those people with the necessary skills to come and run the agency. But about the money, Madam Presiding Officer, because you're right, this is going to cost quite a bit. And as I was seeing the member for Lambo talk about the money, one of the things, yes, for us to really encourage those people to come, we would have to pay them and we would have to ensure that they are well remunerated. That is sure. That is a fact. But we need to understand, and Tobago needs to understand, Tobagonians need to understand the Tobago House of Assembly needs to understand, but more importantly, the central government of Trinidad and Tobago needs to understand that we have been getting the minimum percentage of the budget for the last how many years? And we cannot use a percentage of the budget argument to fund something like this. The central government needs to also understand that the same way that it can invest, and it's using the term invest, in the port in Toco, it must also be willing and be committed to investing in Tobago. It must, the same way it is willing to invest for a port in Toco. Even though there are many other ports in Trinidad, it must also be willing to invest in Tobago, because it must understand that investing in Tobago would mean that in the future, if this thing is done right, the returns that we can gain from having such an agency run effectively and efficiently in Tobago means that we will no longer need to ask for any handout from the central government. It's important to note, though, that even though we've been getting bare minimum, if we are honest with ourselves, Tobago's contribution as it relates to the oil and gas revenues of Trinidad and Tobago have been significant, and we have not been getting anywhere close to what we have been contributing to the coffers of Trinidad and Tobago. So the central government must also commit. But then that is going to be easy, because as you guys said, PNM in Trinidad, PNM in Tobago, it is going to be an easy argument to make. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, there are current votes in Tobago, in the Tobago House of Assembly, that we can redefine, that we can group together, and we can start getting funding into. Under the Division of Tourism, Culture and Transportation, we have 15 Transportation and Communications, H, C, Transportation. These votes have not received any monies for the last couple of years. We can start for 2019 to budget and ensure that we make a credible argument to get monies placed into those votes. And by the way, this is the perfect time to have this debate, because I know that the call circular recently went out to have the budgets for the various divisions be presented very soon. So we can ensure that if we agree today on this Tobago Transportation Agency, that the funding for it, or some of the funding for it, can come within fiscal 2019. In addition to the votes in Tobago, there are votes in Trinidad, where if, under the Ministry of Works and Transportation, or in the Office of the Prime Minister and so forth, that can be transferred to Tobago if you are really, really honest and you're really, really committed to having us gather the autonomy that we said we are going to get shortly. We have under the Ministry of Works, B, bus transportation, design and construction of new passenger terminal in Sanctus Hill. Whatever money is there, hand it over. Let us use it. H, sea transport, upgrade of the Scarborough Terminal building. 825, installation of new aids for navigation at the Scarborough Harbour. Whatever monies are there, hand it over. Remember, again, you promised us, PNM in Trinidad, PNM Tobago, this is going to be very easy. Oh, and by the way, the billions that are being spoken about for the new airport, hand it over. Hand it over. Millions, billions, even if it's $1, hand it over. Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to wind down by asking Tobagonians to allow their minds to move away from what passes as development in Tobago right now, and to think about the endless possibilities that are available if we really do implement this Tobago Transportation Agency and implement it correctly. Madam Presiding Officer, the little changes that can be made, the simple things, yes, having the first flight leave from Tobago instead of Trinidad, having a mechanical shop, aviation mechanical, whatever it's called, here in Tobago, which would open up so many possibilities for the aviation mechanics, the aviation engineers, those people who are possibly Tobagonians and are interested in being in Tobago or are interested in coming back to Tobago. The possibilities are endless. We now have the opportunity to have the pilots, so have our little boys and girls aspire to be pilots because they know they do not have to move from Tobago to live anywhere else to be a pilot, because some of the planes are housed here. Now remember, as I said before, these are some of the negotiations that we can have with Caribbean Airlines or with whomever is providing the service. But if we do not speak up, if we do not say what the policy is, and if we do not make a credible argument, then we cannot go to anybody and negotiate anything. Madam Presiding Officer, another possibility is having a fueling bunker here in Tobago. Having a fueling bunker. What about setting up an international warehousing system right there at Cove, where there are items shipped from Amazon, shipped from eBay, shipped from everywhere, anywhere. They are warehoused in Tobago because we have both cargo and passengers coming and moving from the island. Those are the kinds of visions that we are seeing for Tobago. And by the way, these are not new ideas. These are all things that have been proposed, but it just took effort and took political will to have them implemented. And of course, Madam Presiding Officer, all of the downstream benefits are also endless. The food and drink industry, accommodations, entertainment, education, all of these things are possibilities that we can build on if we implement this correctly. Madam Presiding Officer, there's a reason. There is a reason why the Dutch, the French, the British, all of those empires fought so many times for this little island of Tobago. It's because they know that it is strategically placed. It is well placed to be the ideal transshipment point between North, Central, South America, Africa, and other areas. It is perfectly placed.
Member, your speaking time has ended.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that the speaking time of the Honourable Councillor be extended by a further 10 minutes.
The question is that the speaking time of the Honourable Councillor be extended by a further 10 minutes. All in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Member, your speaking time has been extended by a further 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Now, as I was saying, there is a reason why all of those have been fighting for Tobago, and it's because Tobago really is strategically placed to be an ideal transshipment point. And in this situation, you would use the word transshipment point in a positive light, unlike how it has been used in the past to talk about Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, as I wind up, this is a necessary fix. It will take time, it will take effort, and it will take significant hard work. But if the Tobago House of Assembly wants to show that it can really manage its own affairs as we have requested via that Tobago Autonomy Bill. We must show now that we are man enough to do the hard work. And because I have a suspicion that we did not really read the motion correctly, let me repeat the last part. Be it resolved that this House write to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago as a matter of urgency, indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with the responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, as in ground transport, air transport, and sea. And be it resolved that the Tobago Transportation Agency be implemented immediately, notwithstanding the proposed Tobago bill, as the Tobago transportation sector is in dire straits. I repeat that because I want us to understand that what we on this side are suggesting is for us to take a little bit of time and to think through what will work best for the people of Tobago. What we've been doing has not worked, and we need us to think and to not be insane and to keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. I would also, Madam Presiding Officer, because I heard it mentioned before, warn us that Tobago is sick and tired of our watered-down plans and policies. Tobago is ready for real development. Let's stop being inside this box that says we have done it the same way over and over, so we will continue doing it that way. Let us start thinking big. The possibilities are endless for us if we do this the right way. Madam Presiding Officer, Tobago's growth is hinged on us not just arguing back and forth, but understanding that we have been placed here to make decisions on behalf of the people who put us here because they have confidence in our ability. The Minority Council, dare I say the Progressive Democratic Patriots, we will continue fighting tooth and nail because we will not accept mediocre. We will not accept average. We only want what is best for Tobago. And Madam Presiding Officer, as our mantra goes, we will build a better Tobago, child by child, family by family, village by village. And we are sincerely hoping that the Executive Council uses this opportunity to agree with this motion, not any watered-down version of this motion, to help us implement what is best for Tobago. Thank you.
Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation, Councillor Nadine Stewart-Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate at 4:10 p.m. in the afternoon. A motion put forward by the minority leader. Madam Presiding Officer, much has been said by my colleague, the member for Bucco Mount Pleasant, so I do not intend to spend too much time in constant repetition. But, Madam Presiding Officer, I want the record to reflect that as Secretary of Tourism, Culture and Transportation, I understand how important inter-island connectivity is to the tourism sector in Tobago. As a matter of fact, over the years, domestic arrivals to Tobago has contributed to about 55% of our overall arrivals. And so both the air and the sea bridge, Madam Presiding Officer, they are both key to the sustainability of the island's tourism efforts. I know there are challenges, Madam Presiding Officer. We know there are challenges. We have experienced these challenges, as a matter of fact, over the past months. But as policymakers, we must ensure that the solutions that we put forward are a part of a holistic process. Because, Madam Presiding Officer, I listened to both the minority leader and the minority councillor, and I ended up confused because this motion belongs to the minority leader. But the minority leader in his presentation spoke to the Tobago Transportation Agency having overall responsibility for policy, for operation, for everything related to air, sea, and ground transportation. And then we had the minority councillor who, in certain terms, contradicted her leader and said another thing, that this agency would have responsibility for specifics. So I am kind of confused even as I go forward, but I would go on nonetheless. Now, I want to speak to the Port Authority Act of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 51, 1, Clause 8, Subsection 1C. And it outlines the functions of the Port Authority, which gives them the authority to operate the transportation services between Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And the management of the Port Authority reports to the Minister and the Ministry of Works and Transportation. Now, Caribbean Airlines was incorporated on September 27, 2006, as a wholly owned state enterprise under the Ministry of Finance. I heard the minority leader putting Caribbean Airlines under the Ministry of Works and Transport. So it shows you bring a motion to this House. You are asking for a creation of a Tobago Transportation Agency, yet you don't have the facts, yet you don't do research, and you come and you stand and you babble in your usual tones and want us to support a motion in this current, in this current form. Now, if we are proposing, Madam Presiding Officer, a Tobago Transportation Agency to be implemented, what about the arrangements that already exist in relation to the air and sea bridge? More so, where's the funding coming from? I know the minority councillor indicated that she would outline where the funds would come from, but I didn't hear anything. I probably missed it. Is there a financial arrangement in place to ensure that this Tobago Transportation Agency would be able to effectively manage all transportation issues, all transportation requirements, in relation to the air, sea, and ground as the minorities putting forward? So we are saying that this motion was not carefully thought out by the minority, and what we should be recommending, as a matter of fact, what we are recommending is that the Tobago House of Assembly and the Executive Council establish stronger relationships and be more involved in the decision-making of what already exists. Because let us say this agency is created or implemented immediately, as the motion is asking us to do. What will the structure look like? My colleague, when he spoke, asked for the structure, so I hope that the minority leader in his wrapping up will indicate to us what the structure will look like. One of the wearers as well in the motion, and my colleague hinted to it, outlined the government of Trinidad and Tobago creating the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited. I mean, we spoke about this. We spoke about it in the media. This agency was created via Executive Council Minute 69 of February 2017. And again, I want to reiterate, this was born out of the vision of our Honorable Chief Secretary, Kelvin V. Charles. And this is something that the stakeholders as well have been clamoring for over a number of years. And this was done even before the TDC dissolved in Trinidad. And so when the TDC was dissolved, they formed their Trinidad Tourism Company Limited and also the Regulatory Authority Limited that has specific focus for standards in all of the sectors in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, this Tobago House of Assembly administration, we understand the significance of the air and sea bridge to commerce and economic activities. And we will continue to lobby for provision of an effective, reliable, and integrated land, sea, and air transportation system. Now, the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Section 26(2), and I heard the minority leaders speak to that as well. It gives us the authority to enter into memorandum of understandings with agencies such as the Port Authority. And this is what we should be looking at with a view to taking full ownership in the future. Just earlier this month, I was a part of a meeting with the Chief Secretary and the Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries, and the Environment held with the Port Authority and other relevant stakeholders. And one of the discussions surrounded the Tobago House of Assembly having greater input into the operations of the Port Authority. As a matter of fact, the chairman indicated that they would soon be sitting down to come up with the ideas for the future because it's a new chairman, and he did agree that the Tobago House of Assembly would have a seat in that decision-making process. And so with the establishment of these relationships and systems such as these, more dialogue and sustainable partnerships between the two islands on transportation matters will be created. Now, the core objective should be to strengthen and improve Tobago's involvement in the existing arrangements and make it more accountable, reliable, and efficient. Our focus should be to ensure that Tobago has significant and meaningful presence in the resolution and ongoing administration towards the development of an integrated and efficient transport infrastructure on the island. Madam Presiding Officer, might I also add that it is critical for us to understand that the transportation challenges, specifically as it relates to trade between Trinidad and Tobago, is not just an issue for us here in Tobago, because it affects our fellow Trinidadian counterparts as well. I am informed that there are several Trinidad businessmen and business enterprises conducting business in Tobago who rely on both the air and the sea bridge as a means of plying their trade. And what we have to understand is that the issue of transportation is one that affects the national community, and therefore it must be seen in that context as a fundamental issue. Interestingly, Madam Presiding Officer, when there are problems, some people see it as an opportunity to celebrate. In fact, some persons are very happy and used this situation for their own personal gains and political agendas. And I can assure you, Madam Presiding Officer, that when this motion was being crafted, it was crafted with the intention that we would be debating here today, and there would be no fast ferry on the sea bridge. And so we are heartened that, in fact, the TNT Spirit is back, the TNT Spirit is operational, and there is movement of persons on the sea bridge. Madam Presiding Officer, the importance of the air bridge cannot be overemphasized, as there are persons who must travel between the islands by a faster mode of transportation. And on this note, I really want to compliment Caribbean Airlines management for their ability over the months to rise to the occasion and provide much needed transportation for persons traveling between the islands. And amidst the challenges, the airline continues to provide the capacity required to seamlessly move inter-island commuters between Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, Madam Presiding Officer, our figures show that since 2013, the airline increased capacity on the air bridge by 7% and carried 11% more passengers. For the period January 1st to March 31st, 2018, a total of 265,382 seats were provided, and of those seats, 238,098 were utilized. And although from time to time there have been delays, Madam Presiding Officer, the airline advises that their on-time performance has been consistently in the area of 85%. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, there is a school of thought that posits in time of crisis, the first response should be a plan. And plans should be based on data, analysis, and implementation, which requires, of course, institutions. And therefore, it is critical at this juncture for us to understand what are the short and long-term objectives of this Tobago Transportation Agency. And there are some questions I would like to ask the minority leader to answer in his wrapping up, or possibly the other speaker. Given the urgency to establish this entity, what roles and functions are expected from this entity? What would become of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and Caribbean Airlines in servicing the domestic route? Is it the expectation that the Tobago House of Assembly is required to provide funding and subsidies for these services? Is the minority leader suggesting that the agency would now have the powers to acquire fast ferries and cargo boats and a new airline to service the domestic route? And these are some answers that I look forward to getting as the minority leader wraps up the debate. So, Madam Presiding Officer, as Tobagonians, we do not need more bureaucracy, more duplication of effort and expense on this matter. We need to move forward together to implement recommendations agreed upon to build this island and ensure that Tobago has a significant input in the present arrangements that are now focused on resolving existing challenges to the development of a sustainable, integrated, and efficient transportation system. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, I did indicate that I was not going to be very long, but based on the contribution of my colleague from this side, it is clear that the minority is yet to have a firm grip on their own motion. And so, I would therefore like to propose the following amendments, Madam Presiding Officer. That the words "write to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago as a matter of urgency," indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with the responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, that is ground transportation, air transportation, and sea transportation, be omitted. And the following be inserted, Madam Presiding Officer. Be it resolved that this House supports the Executive Council in appointing a technical working team with the mandate to complete a holistic assessment of the operations and management of the Trinidad and Tobago Inter-Island Transportation Company Limited, Caribbean Airlines Limited, as well as the Public Transport Service Corporation. In the final resolution, Madam Presiding Officer, that the following words be omitted: the Tobago Transportation Agency be implemented immediately, notwithstanding the proposed Tobago bill, as the Tobago transportation sector is in dire straits. That the following words, Madam Presiding Officer, be included. And be it further resolved that this technical working team present the Executive Council with specific recommendations for the efficient and effective management and operations of these essential services in the special interest of Tobagonians. I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Is there a motion to accept these amendments?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I move to second the amendments as proposed by the Secretary for Tourism, Culture and Transportation, and reserve my right to contribute at a later time in the debate.
The representative for Palatuvia, Lansme, Speyside.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, one thing is abundantly clear. Well, two things rather. One is that Tobago has a transportation problem, and two, we are afraid. Those are the two things that are abundantly clear. And it is surprising how afraid we are to make big leaps, given that collectively we are saying to Trinidad and saying to Tobagonians looking on that we want greater autonomy. Perhaps we need to pinch ourselves and realize that greater autonomy comes with greater responsibilities. And we can't be clamoring for greater autonomy and not also be simultaneously clamoring for greater responsibilities. I want to look at the resolutions as originally mooted. Two things are resolved. The first is that this House write to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago as a matter of urgency, indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with the responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, as in ground transportation, air transportation, and sea transportation. Let's pause there for a bit. The motion, by indicating that we should write to the Cabinet, and also if you look at the second paragraph of the motion, you will see that inherently there is a recognition that there are now some elements of Tobago's transportation needs that are not now vested in the hands of the Tobago House of Assembly. So that's the first thing. And we are acknowledging the Port Authority, Caribbean Airlines and Airport Authority. We are also acknowledging Licensing Office and all of these other agencies that are not directly under the operations of the THA, but through which the THA indirectly contributes to their governance. So we are recognizing that first and foremost. And it is why the minority leader at the start of the motion made a reference to the fact that we can, in fact, enter into MOUs with some of these agencies as may be necessary.
Member, I'm sorry to have to stop you in the midst of your debate. However, we do have to observe the standing order that we suspend the sitting at this time, and we will return at 5 p.m.
This Thursday, April 26th, from 1:30 in the afternoon, is the 14th sitting of the Tobago House of Assembly 2017 to 2021 session. This month is a private member's motion which will be moved by the Minority Leader, Mr. Watson Duke, and is based on the challenges experienced by Tobagonians using the air and seabird systems between Trinidad and Tobago. The motion is seeking support from the House to write to Cabinet indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, including ground, air and sea, and to have it implemented immediately, notwithstanding the powers of the proposed Tobago Bill. Remember to tune in this Thursday from 1:30 p.m. live on Tobago Channel 5 or the Assembly Legislature's page on YouTube and Facebook. Join us for yet another debate discussing your future.
But listen, when you enter that room, you have a set of old things there. Not touch, nothing. You hear what me say? What I say? Not touch, nothing. So let's go this way. Come on. Why are you laughing at me? Did you know that in October 1763, by order of King George III, Tobago became an independent self-governing territory? We were under the Grenadian government, and this arrangement was called the Treaty of Paris. What was it called? The Treaty of Paris. Very good. Now in April 1768, General Robert Melville, the first governor, was given the right to upgrade the Tobago Island Council to a bicameral legislature. This means there were two chambers, the upper chamber with 9 appointed members and the lower chamber 13 elected members. This new island council could make laws for the island, and this was the first assembly that Tobago had. This scene you are about to see happened in 1763, when the governor began seeing potential members for the upper chamber. Let's watch.
Well, this meeting is being held to elect 9 members to serve in the upper house of the legislature. However, there are only 3 members vying for such positions to serve on the Tobago Island Council. General Melville, before you, Sir John of Betsy's Hope Estate.
Good day, sir. Sir John, Betsy's Hope Estate. So I wish to extend my services to this Tobago Council, this honorable body. So I need not elaborate on my qualifications, and I await your timely response.
General Melville, before you, Sir Irvin of Mount Irvin Estate.
Good day, Governor. 29 acres of land, 2 plantations. I am Sir Irving of Mount Irving. Like my splendid elegance, it is equally aligned with my excellence. And today, I'm here to request that I join the Tobago Island Council. I patiently await your response.
General Melville, before you, Sir Philip of the Adelphi Estate. I meant Lady Catherine of the Adelphi Estate. However, due to a her husband untimely passing, she is here to bid for a position on the Tobago Island Council.
Out of place.
Out of order. Lady Catherine, let me inform you, to be a part of this august body, you must be white, a male, and you must be over 21 years of age and owns over 10 acres of land. I'm sorry.
Lady Catherine, this way.
Now, gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure to receive applications on your behalf to be a part of this great body. The Tobago Island Council is responsible for making all the laws and bylaws, and it's the body that determines the future of Tobago. You all will be a great part of our history. As for your applications, I will send to you a reply in a timely manner. I thank you very much for applying.
As you can see, the members of this assembly were white plantation owners of the different estates, and this assembly saw about their affairs. The slaves had no rights to vote. In fact, this assembly had actually opposed the British government's decision to emancipate African slaves in 1834. So this assembly ran Tobago's affairs independently until 1889, when Tobago became a ward of Trinidad and Tobago. This was because the plantation owners did not manage the finances well, and Tobago ran into some difficulties. The people were taxed heavily, and the officials paid poorly. So we united with Trinidad, but there was a clause in the agreement which allowed Tobago to leave the Union if it was not working well for the people of the island. But the people wanted to run their own affairs again. So here comes our boy, A.N.R. Robinson, who went up for election and won 2 seats in Tobago in 1976. Then he and the other MP kept fighting for internal self-determination, and it's through them that we got the House of Assembly Act number 37 in 1980. They revised the act in 1996 and gave rights to the assembly we have today. We got our chief secretary, a presiding officer, and the executive council. So we're going to show you a clip from Panorama, that was the TTT News, in 1977 from the Parliament, when MP for Tobago East, A.N.R. Robinson, was fighting for internal self-determination. Let's watch.
This is the soul of Trinidad and Tobago. GGG. It's news.
Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago, and welcome to the Panorama News. In today's headline, Member for East, Mr. A.N.R. Robinson, is about to move motion for internal self-governance for Tobago. We now take you live at Parliament.
Honourable Members of Parliament, we will now hear from the Tobago East MP on the motion for internal self-government for the island of Tobago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this motion is to place a substantial part of the responsibility for the conduct of Tobago's affairs fairly and squarely where it belongs. That is to say, in the hands of the residents of Tobago themselves. This is not secession, sedition, or separation. It is rather a matter of historical justice, Mr. Speaker. What the motion seeks
is a more just, a more realistic, and consequently, a more lasting basis of unity between the peoples of the two islands. It is the only island in the Caribbean where the masses of its people never had any say whatever in the determination of their destiny, Mr. Speaker. For while Tobago had self-governing institutions nearly 200 years before Trinidad, it was a government of the plantocracy and of the colonial office. The purpose of this motion is to correct this unsatisfactory course of events. And let me make it absolutely clear, whatever the outcome of this motion, whether the members opposite vote for it or against it, the fact of the matter is that from today, self-government for Tobago is on the national agenda, and it will not be off the national agenda until it has been achieved. Thank you.
Honorable members, we'll now have a short recess and we'll reconvene at 2:30 p.m.
Member of Parliament, Mr. A.N.R. Robinson, urging parliamentarians to keep in the fight for internal self-governance for Tobago on the national agenda. Parliament reconvenes at 2:30. We now take you back to Master Control.
So thank you for being such an attentive audience, even though I was leaning back on the set, and I told you not to lean back on that set. But thank you for being here. And now you all can. Yes, that's still on here.
Governor General Robert Melville would have been in charge. And let's imagine for a moment that the governor was in this room. And these were some of the things that might have been in his office. I want you to look around and tell me some of the things you noticed. For example, on this table. Yes?
The typewriter.
The typewriter.
The thing to write the pen. Kind of feather pen.
Feather pen, yes. Anybody else?
The lamp.
The lamp.
A teacup.
Teacup. Yes?
A pen.
A pen. What do you notice about the pen? What's special about it? It's an ink pen, yes?
Yes, and it gets feathers on it.
Right, so it was
a fan.
A fan, yes. That person could have been on foot, walking from one location to the next, or maybe on a horse. Tell me about the pictures that you noticed on the wall.
There are hidden stories about Tobago's history tucked away in the memories of men and women who served in the Assembly. They hold the key to unlocking some of the knowledge surrounding Tobago's legislative history. The Assembly Legislature Secretariat is an apolitical division that oversees the plenary sitting on the fourth Thursday of each month, where the public can view debates on Tobago's affairs. But Tobago's legislative authority did not begin with the current Tobago House of Assembly. The first formation of the legislative representation was in 1768 at the island's former capital, Georgetown, now Studley Park, with a 13-member elected House of Assembly, a lower house and the appointed Legislative Council, and the upper house. 1 year later, Scarborough became the island's new capital, and consequentially the seat of Tobago's politics was relocated. These were during colonial times, when the operations of the Assembly favored the European settlers. The abolition in slavery in 1834 was the catalyst for empowerment throughout the world. Tobago was not exempt from this movement towards self-rule. In 1877, representative government was abolished, with the Crown Colony introduced to handle the administration of the island. In 1889, Tobago was joined with Trinidad by the British government. The Tobago House of Assembly was created by Act 37 of 1980 for making better provisions for the administration of Tobago and for matters therein. It comprises 7 divisions, each representing a developmental concern. THA has legislative arm and the executive arm. In addition to 10 divisions, 9 with particular remits, plus the Office of the Chief Secretary, which oversees the others. There is so much to learn, and to help you do this, the Secretariat now has an archive project for all assemblymen from 1980 to present. Today we start with a few officials who served in between 1980 and 1988. In 1980, the Assembly was led by a chairman. At this time, it was Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson, now deceased.
That 1977 motion by A.N.R. Robinson, which led to the creation of the current Tobago House of Assembly by Act 37 of 1980, because I understood the need and the desire for Tobagonians for self-determination, I appreciated the effort, and I somewhat associated with that greater autonomy for the people of Tobago. So I understood the struggle, I understood the reason, and therefore, while the PNM contested that election in 1980 and lost, we won 4 seats and the then DAC won 8. I understood the need for greater autonomy for Tobago.
At that time, there were 2 political parties represented in the Assembly. Mr. Kalenda was on the minority side, held by the People's National Movement, but control of the House was with Mr. Robinson and the Democratic Action Congress.
We are the architect of self-government for Tobago, and the Parliament would have decided that Tobago should have its internal self-government in 1977. However, when the legislation was passed in Parliament, and that legislation, as you know, is Act number 37 of 1980, to give effect to the decision of Parliament, it stopped woefully short of giving us international government.
And that has always been our mantra. From 1984 to all our years, internal self-government was foremost in our mind. And that's even why A.N.R. Robinson went to Parliament and debated on internal self-government for all those years. And that is why instead of giving us internal self-government, they gave us this partial management of Tobago, which is more of an administrative kind of a situation.
As a lot of people do not know, we worked for about 5 to 8 months without a salary. The central government in Trinidad didn't care to give Tobago House of Assembly, and so they were not working for harmonious relationship between the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government.
From the year 1980 to present, administrative changes have been made to ensure that the Tobago House of Assembly expands to make responsibility for more of the day-to-day matters on the island.
Well, of course, most of it are administrative changes. First, there was no executive council when it started, because the executive council is usually the government responsible to the legislature.
At that first THA elections, our inauguration took place, what is now the High Court. It was then Tobago's Hall of Justice, was on the only court out at Bacalet. So our inauguration took place there, and our plenary sittings took place there. Most of our committee meetings took place at the Fairfield Complex. So that's how we operated, and we operated in committee stages. Like, there was a health committee, a roads committee, and all those various committees, all members of the Assembly then though operated as members of the Finance and General Purposes Committee.
There was no executive. The executive was the plenary and the Finance and General Purposes Committee. So anybody else who functioned would have functioned on a committee, and these committees, by way of their deliberation and the reports that they bring, these reports are brought to the Assembly in plenary, and it is the discussion and debate on that and the approval of that that you can now implement. Very frustrating, because as you know, we were no longer a county council. Then we started the restoration of this building that we now occupy. We begin since in 84, and so on. And we went to England, sent people to England to do the research as to how the building was when it housed the first Tobago House of Assembly in the 1760s, 1763, 1769. And then we were able to restore the building to how close to what it used to be, because some of the things we couldn't get. And in 1985, we completed that record timing, 4 years. And Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, if you notice the plaque next door, would have come and unveiled that plaque to mark the opening of this particular chamber, and then we were able to meet here. It was not easy, because this building at that time was occupied by the library.
The Assembly building has since been through further restoration in 2010, but the building was not the only feature undergoing changes. A lot of effort was made to change the laws that govern the Tobago House of Assembly. This meant getting Parliament to change the Constitution.
I think the most significant one was Robinson motions in 1977. In the Assembly between 80 to 84, there was that motion by Dr. Jeff Davidson. Subsequent to that, after 1995, between 91 and 95, there was an attempt by the Manning administration, while Chairman Denoon was chairman of the Assembly, to grant Tobago greater autonomy. Unfortunately, while efforts were made and legislation were drafted, there was a call for early elections, so that effort fell by the wayside. And then there were again another effort, again led by Robinson, now part of the NAR, that created Act 40 of 1996, which took it a step further. But during that period, during the first period of the Assembly, we operated, to me, as a hybrid of the Tobago County Council, because there was not the positions of Chief Secretary or Secretaries.
We had to set up systems. We did this first by creating what is called an administrative body. And this is the forerunner of the Executive Council. The administrative body was responsible to the legislature at that time. But in 1996, the change had changed, the old act went out and the new act came in, creating an executive council run in which the chief secretary was the chairman. But prior to that, the chairman was responsible both for the legislature and what passed for an executive council.
The chairman of the Tobago House of Assembly was responsible for the executive and the legislature. Since 1996, the positions of Chief Secretary and Presiding Officer were created. The Chief Secretary leads the Executive Council that manages Tobago's administrative matters, and the Presiding Officer oversees the legislature. But the chairman was not the only position that changed in 1996.
My office as a leader and responsible for setting up the new structure for the new assembly that was put into being by Act number 37, 1980 was in the Sandy Hall building. So the clerk of the assembly was there, and the clerk then was what we now call the chief administrator. and the secretary office was next to me. The secretary is now what we call the clerk of the assembly. That was the secretary. And in fact, it was Mr. Roach. So all of us were in this small building in County Hall. I am the politician responsible for putting the administration in accordance with the new law. And they were actually one the secretary of the assembly as plenary and the other one as the chief administrator, head of the public service. Because of that kind of situation, we have to find accommodation and we have to make it quickly.
The background of politicians may vary. Miriam Caesar Moore started as a nurse. Her desire to help people took an unexpected turn into politics.
People's home was on fire. And as a nurse, everything just kicked in. I ran up to the hospital, I called the fire department, ran up to the hospital. And there we were able to bring out some people, save people from that blaze. I was asked to come on the TV to speak about this matter. They were interviewing me. And I guess A.N.R. Robinson, I don't know if he saw it or what, but I know because of that incident and the fact that I came and helped and was assisting, probably people saw that as someone who can do something, can be of service for Tobago.
Life as an assemblyman had its own challenges.
For us to get anything done for Tobago in our portfolio, we had to actually be like not bullies, but we have to say, if we fought for this, it is ours and we are going to make it happen. So when they withhold, sometimes for months we didn't get pay. As I said, we worked for $2,500 a month, and it took you a while to get it because, again, of the logistics and the bureaucracy. And it is heartening that we did not give up. We kept at it, we stayed with it, and now Tobago is reaping the benefit of the Tobago House of Assembly.
During that term, interestingly, there was a motion moved by Jeff Davidson. I think it started in late 1982, which even at that time, although we were operating under Act 37 of 1980, still called for greater autonomy for the people of Tobago. That motion went as far as to say that if the government of Trinidad and Tobago did not accede to the desire of the representative of the people of Tobago, then Tobago should seek to move to full independence with its own territorial waters. And that is to tell you the depth and to the extent of the struggle and the desire of those people at that time. So today, as we continue this debate after 37 years, I think it's the same call. You're witnessing the same call and that burning desire, because Tobagonians still feel that they are not given the opportunity to govern themselves.
So we felt that we were onto something big, and that Tobago was really, we felt a part of Tobago, and that is why I tell people, I tell my children, that you really don't understand this history of Tobago until you can birth it, you have it in your soul. At that time, we, the assemblymen, had it in our soul, in our souls. We felt that even though we have to give our lives, we have to give our time and our energies for this new baby, we were prepared to do that. So the Tobago House of Assembly became a part of us, and in extension, Tobago became a part of us. So people may look at that as being insular. Some people may say, oh, well, Tobago, that small place, why all this emphasis on Tobago? This is what other people were saying. The Trinidadians were saying that they couldn't understand why we want to be different. History made us different. We didn't choose to be different.
This Thursday, April 26th, from 1:30 in the afternoon, is the 14th sitting of the Tobago House of Assembly 2017 to 2021 session. This month is a private member's motion which will be moved by the Minority Leader, Mr. Watson Duke, and is based on the challenges experienced by Tobagonians using the air and seabird systems between Trinidad and Tobago. The motion is seeking support from the House to write to Cabinet indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, including ground, air and sea, and to have it implemented immediately, notwithstanding the powers of the proposed Tobago Bill. Remember to tune in this Thursday from 1:30 p.m. live on Tobago Channel 5 or the Assembly Legislature's page on YouTube and Facebook. Join us for yet another debate discussing your future. This Thursday, April 26th, from 1:30 in the afternoon, is the 14th sitting of the Tobago House of Assembly 2017 to 2021 session. This month is a private member's motion which will be moved by the Minority Leader, Mr. Watson Duke, and is based on the challenges experienced by Tobagonians using the air and seabird systems between Trinidad and Tobago. The motion is seeking support from the House to write to Cabinet indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, including ground, air and sea, and to have it implemented immediately, notwithstanding the powers of the proposed Tobago Bill. Remember to tune in this Thursday from 1:30 p.m. live on Tobago Channel 5 or the Assembly Legislature's page on YouTube and Facebook. Join us for yet another debate discussing your future.
Representative for Palatuvia Lansome Speyside, you may now resume your debate, your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. At the break, I was explaining that the motion acknowledges that there are elements of Tobago's transportation needs that now rests in Trinidad, either through agencies or through the central government. So we are not being oblivious to that when we are saying, let us form a Tobago Transportation Agency. We are saying that the agency must acknowledge that and must work within the limits of the law, either through MOU or what might be applicable now, until such time as Tobago gets full rights for all of its transportation needs. Additionally, the resolution says that it's that the agency will see about all transportation needs specific to Tobago. And let me clarify that in the event that person might be misinterpreting that. At present, the central government is more or less responsible for all our transportation needs. But guess what? It does not mean that the central government itself does all or provides all of the transportation needs for people of Trinidad and Tobago. What it does is that it crafts policies that facilitate private sector. That's why the taxi drivers are private, and you have private bus companies. It facilitates government agencies. We have created government agencies like the PTSC and the Port Authority and the Airport Authority and so on to help manage and to divulge some of those responsibilities. So saying that the Tobago Transportation Agency is responsible for all the transportation needs does not mean that the Tobago Transportation Agency will purchase every boat to sail between Trinidad and Tobago, every plane to fly between Trinidad and Tobago, or will directly or have to directly manage air transport, sea transport, and ground transport. In a similar fashion, the Tobago Transportation Agency can cooperate with other agencies, facilitate private sector growth. And the second part of the resolution says that the Tobago Transportation Agency be implemented immediately. What we are asking to be implemented immediately is the Tobago Transportation Agency. No one on this side believes that in setting up the Tobago Transportation Agency today, that tomorrow the agency will be able to complete and fulfill all of Tobago's transportation needs. It does not mean that in setting it up today that the agency will automatically tomorrow be able to manage everything. In fact, we envision that the Tobago Transportation Agency will do what they're asking for. Needs assessment, a transportation audit. All of these things can be done by the said agency. And we are calling for this agency because we feel that we have to begin to prepare ourselves in advance of greater autonomy, which means that we have to begin to set systems in place to manage some of our most critical areas, among them transportation. Now, persons have said, well, look, the cost of transportation between Trinidad and Tobago now is enormous. We can't manage it. Using that argument would be the same as me coming to the house and say, look, we're wasting money on a zip line. We can't find $8 million, and monies have been wasted in Tobago from time immemorial, and so we should never, ever have greater autonomy. That's not correct reasoning. Because even if in the past we would have misspent or made mistakes in our investment, that should not stop us from aiming for a better future that has far less errors. And so, to say that at present, the cost of transportation between both islands are so enormous that we should not set up a transportation agency is not the correct logic to apply to this case. What we have to do is to, piece by piece, build this thing out. And we have to understand that this is a real need for Tobagonians. And I want to read on Hansard some text messages so you understand why there's a need for an integrated approach to transportation. And because I, in particular, want to focus on ground transportation. The first text message says, "Good morning, Mr. Farley. I was to text you last night. Sorry, phone problems. I heard PTSC plan to cut some of the service of the Maxi operating to Lansome during the week from Monday. Can you check them, please? We need them. They can stop the 10:30, but we need the others. We need 2 to leave at 6 a.m., 1 from Lansome and 1 from Bloody Bay, because most mornings, most of us are left behind. Maxi is full from Lansome. In the afternoon, 2 at 4:30, 1 at 2:30 is okay, and hoping we get new buses soon. This is Miss James from Bamboo Hill." That's someone from Palatouvier. Clearly, we have a transportation problem that has to be addressed. And this was last week, Friday morning. On Sunday morning, I got a WhatsApp message. It says, "Hey, good day. I want to know if you all can do something about the bus situation because we're only going to get 3 buses coming to Lansome per day, starting from tomorrow. And that is 6:30, 12:30, and 4:30. I responded, same day, "Yes, I'm already on it. This was brought to my attention on Friday morning, and we are working on it. Okay, thanks." I got a message back on Tuesday at 8:32 a.m. saying, "Lansome back to bus and Maxi run good." And I asked, "Does that mean that they fixed the issue?" "Yes, it looks so. We get 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. So clearly, Madam Presiding Officer, there is a need for an integrated approach to transportation on the island. We can't wait until we get the autonomy, until things are signed over completely to us, and now rush to deal with the myriad of new responsibilities that we will have. We have to begin to prepare for those new responsibilities almost as if we already have them. And some areas we need to begin to build out. And I've already made it clear that having the transportation agency does not mean that every single transportation need Tobago has will be addressed as of tomorrow after the passing of the motion. And I already indicated that having the transportation agency will facilitate what the majority is asking for. That need assessment that has to be done, that will guide how we integrate air, sea, and ground transportation. But why should we have an integrated approach? We should have an integrated approach because there are obvious economic benefits. We have improvements in productivity. And I could tell you, as perhaps the only member of this house that is still not driving, I could tell you that to depend on public transport in Tobago can be the most unproductive thing that you can do. You can't even time it. That's the reality. The reality is that when a few days after being inaugurated, I traveled on the bus to Lansome alongside the assemblyman for Canaan Bonaccord. And guess what? 2 new buses then. We were promised then by PTSC that by November, that would have been November last year, we will get more new buses. We still haven't seen them. And guess what? Sometimes the buses to Lansome break down because of parts. And what kind of parts? Brakes. As simple as that, brakes. That's the reality that some Tobagonians face. And so we do have a transportation problem that requires an integrated approach, that requires more than just going and buying some new buses and dropping them on the road, that requires that we have a sort of a systematic revolutionizing of what we deem as public transportation on the island. So productivity can be improved. Tourism can also be improved, because if we have the necessary linkages, who is to say that someone traveling from the airport in Trinidad can't buy bus tickets, buy bus cards, whatever that is necessary, and take the bus from the airport straight to Englishman's Bay, or take the bus from the seaport to Charlottesville? And that is what an integrated approach will do, and that's what the Tobago Transportation Agency must do in crafting an integrated transportation approach. It's also beneficial to have this integrated approach because we need to correct how we move people from Trinidad to Tobago and back. That's the reality. The reality of our existence is that we live in a twin island republic. We have two main islands, and there is a need as a case of public need, public service, to have functioning air and sea transportation. And I could tell you that this motion wasn't done in hopes that the sea bridge would still collapse. This was done as a result of the collapse of the sea bridge. That's the reality. Employment can be improved. We look at business activity can also be improved. Investments can be improved, because the Tobago Transportation Agency can actually look at new areas where we could send buses, where we could make connectivity available so that smaller communities can open up to the rest of Tobago and the rest of the world. And so having an integrated transportation approach via the Tobago Transportation Agency is what is absolutely necessary at this time. I wish to also indicate that this agency must take it as its responsibility to see transportation in and of itself as an industry, and more than just something that we need. And in seeing it as an industry, this agency will have to look at how do we make our ports more viable in terms of economics. How do we ensure that Tobago becomes a hub? You cannot have a vibrant tourism industry unless there is a vibrant transportation industry. They both go hand in hand. And the reality is, the majority seem reluctant to have a transportation agency and satisfy with the status quo, which is having a transportation coordinator that could mislead a whole division into giving away 8 million. And we have to move away from that, from one man coming and making all these recommendations that might mislead people, to us having an agency that can sit down and in an integrated fashion look at air, sea, and ground transportation. The idea of an integrated transportation system is to look across the network at all the different transportation options available to Tobago and to find an optimal blend that can serve Tobago's needs. That's what this is about. And that's why we need the agency. The agency will do that kind of research for us, will do the needs assessment for us, and will chart the course forward. I really wish that we don't wait until a Tobago bill is passed in Trinidad, if it is passed, then to rush and grapple with the new responsibilities we will get in terms of transportation. It is my desire to see us do some pre-planning. And what this requires, if passed as is that we will set up the agency, we will have MOUs via cabinet agencies and so on, like the Port Authority and Airport Authority, in terms of operations and management in the meanwhile. It will definitely lead to the increase in our involvement in these services, in terms of the management of these services, and it will give us a foretaste of what that kind of responsibility will entail. And I want to end by addressing something raised by the member for Buko, in that he spoke about the need for private involvement as if having a Tobago Transportation Agency automatically negates that. And that's not the case. In fact, when I heard the Minister for Works and Transportation, Mr. Sinanan, spoke about privatizing the sea transportation, privatizing the sea bridge, I spoke to it from two issues. I said, one, absolutely no to complete privatization. Absolutely no to that. And I remember being on the Rise and Shine program on Tobago Channel 5 and indicating that perhaps there is a need for some public-private partnership, that perhaps there is a need for us to invite private people to ply the route, and maybe we will have product differentiation. I'm talking about sea bridge here. Maybe some boats might charge a bit more for a bed or ironing, or ability to iron your clothes or have a shower on the boat. Some boats might be traditional fast ferry. Some boat might have music and entertainment there. And I said there's a need for us to allow into the system some private players. And I also said the one thing the state should do is perhaps keep at least one boat with the purpose of helping to regulate the costs to the consumer. Because if there is at least one boat owned by the state at all times, then there is a possibility that the poorest among us will always afford to travel between the two islands. And so I couldn't have posited that in the public airwaves and believe that somehow forming a Tobago Transportation Agency will mean that we spend all the money ourselves, that we subsidize it all on our own, we pay for everything ourselves. Clearly, that is not practical. And clearly, that's not what the Tobago Transport Agency is set up to do. What it should be set up to do is to be the overarching body that gives policy guidelines as to how we integrate ground, air, and sea transportation on the island. And that is what it is to do. It has to be a function of the THA that will do all of this for us. And I don't see why this is such a difficult thing for those opposite. Because those opposite know that we do have a transportation problem. Those opposite knows that we are asking for greater autonomy, which means greater responsibilities. And those opposite knows that we have to begin to prepare from now. And if we all are aware of these things, then let us all act as though we are aware and begin to make these steps now. This thing has to be futuristic. Development has to be more than box drains and concrete walls. It has to be more than that. This has to be about how we see ourselves 15, 20 years down the road. This has to be about Tobago perhaps having one of the most active seaports and airports this side of the Caribbean. This has to do with thinking futuristically. We're nowhere near there now. It's not even close in our vision. But we can't wait to get the vision to do it. We have to prepare for it, thinking 20 years down the road. And this is what this motion is. Is the motion 20 years too early? I don't know. Tobagoans will be the judge of that 20 years from now. But certainly we think that this futuristic motion must be passed as is today in this House. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Leader of Assembly Business and Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and the Environment.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And let me greet each and every one of you around this horseshoe as we really get into an issue that has been truly, we can't even describe it anymore as a bugbear or vexatious to Tobagonians. Transportation. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I read the motion, I was reminded instantly of an anecdote. I don't know if it was a joke or how serious it was, from one of one of my mentors. And he was working at Texaco at the point in time, and the company was introducing computers. Of course, at that point in time, computers did not look like what they look like today. And he's saying that of all the engineers there, electrical, mechanical, and so on, they could not get this brand new computer to work. And they came up with all types of different reasons why. The capacitor isn't working, the electrical load in the building, the compatibility, and so on and so forth. Madam Presiding Officer, after hours of debate, the janitor came and plugged in the computer. There it began to work. It then said, Madam Presiding Officer, quite clearly, it sent the message that if you diagnose incorrectly, you shall prescribe incorrectly. And quite interestingly, the minority assemblyman spoke to the fact that he's the only member around the horseshoe who does not drive. Well, Madam Presiding Officer, I will share that I drive what some people might call an old faithful. And although some have advised or chastised that you should change the vehicle, I tend to like my old faithful. And Madam Presiding Officer, my vehicle is unique. And I could remember one of the first times I took it to a mechanic. The mechanic said to me, yes, well, you need to get XYZ parts, and I have to order my parts. They have to be shipped in and so on. Lo and behold, Madam Presiding Officer, 2 months later, my vehicle was not fixed. Again, the mechanic had diagnosed incorrectly. Hence, he prescribed incorrectly. And the reality about this, Madam Presiding Officer, as we look at this note, the intent seems to be pure. I don't think that the minority is trying to mislead this House, or there's malintent, or there may be, I could be wrong. Probably I tend to see the best in people, no matter how hard or far deep you have to look. But Madam Presiding Officer, the reality is, it is very clear that the minority has not put sufficient thought into their beloved concept of a Tobago Transportation Agency. Madam Presiding Officer, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And you know, as I sat there pondering and looking at the minority leader speaking about this, getting everything under, including jet skis, imagine that, he wanted jet skis and taxi badges, all under this one Tobago Tourism Agency Limited. And I looked at him and I said, imagine if this agency became unionized and they decided to strike. Crapo smoke Tobago pie. Could you imagine a situation where every single transportation service is vested under one agency? And then some radicalized or maniac, whichever one we might describe it as, union leader, decides, well, we're going to shut it down because they tell me 000, letter or no letter. Madam Presiding Officer, the minority assemblyman came here and started speaking about the fact that there is a problem. And you know, I sometimes give credit to the minority assemblyman because he's a fellow Bishopian. We come out of the same institution. And though sometimes I may have teased him and called him Prince Charming, today when I saw him decked out in his regalia, he looked more like Captain Obvious without the hat. Yes, we have a problem. Obviously, as my nephew might say, duh. But by identifying or outlining a problem, are you really positing a solution? Have you really gone deep enough to understand what are the true causes or the fundamental causes of the problems that we face today, whether it be on the air bridge, the sea bridge, the public transportation service or PTSC buses, or even our jet skis? Have we even, has the minority even sat down to truly analyze what they want to bring before this House? Because the minority leader stood up and said one thing, then the minority councillor said another thing, and then the minority assemblyman said something completely different. They're going around and around in circles clearly confused by the very concept that they are attempting to introduce as revolutionary here to this house. And the simple thing I could say to you is, wheel and come again. Because again, the intent might be good, but you clearly have not thought things out properly. And it is clear when you look at the preambles to the motion. Because we start speaking about the fifth schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly Act. And for all intents and purposes, we recognize around this very horseshoe that the THA Act has severe limitations. And it's quite funny that the minority would even come here to say that the Tobago House of Assembly is indirectly responsible for the Port Authority, Caribbean Airlines, and PTSC, when as a matter of fact, last year I could recall looking at a video where the minority leader and his cohorts were saying adamantly that the Tobago House of Assembly under the fifth schedule has direct responsibility. But again, the Jacona-style politics clearly is at play. Yesterday is yesterday, and today is today. The very same minority who was bashing and lambasting the tourism secretary for the formation of the Tourism Agency Limited. They're coming here now to say that it is such a great thing. Thank you very much, and again, commendations to the Honorable Chief Secretary Kelvin Childs and his astute and visionary leadership. Because we are here today, Madam Presiding Officer, looking at how we can change the way we do things. Because as the Chief Secretary says time and time again, it is business as unusual. And business as unusual does not mean that we're trying to put airports in Roxborough or Deepwater Harbors in Roxborough, or even miniature golf courses at the Studley Park landfill. Madam Presiding Officer, business as unusual means that we are willing to start looking critically at the challenges that we are facing and analyzing them effectively and properly, employing the resources that we have or the resources that we have to bring on board, and say, you know what, this is the fundamental cause of the challenges that we are facing today. Let us start moving forward. And because it is business as unusual, under the Division of Finance and the Economy, under the leadership of Secretary Joel Jack, there's now a public-private partnership unit that is functioning very well. Because we are looking already, and EADCOT, I'm informed, has already received the mandate to start looking for or issue a request for proposals for containerized port at Cove, or around in Tobago, with Cove being one of the locations that we are looking at. Because it's not just enough to look at having CARICOM designation. That's not enough. That's not thinking big just yet. CARICOM is still just the Caribbean. We are thinking international. International shipping lines. And I'm informed reliably by the Secretary for Finance that international shipping lines have already begun to contact him, expressing an interest in doing business for Tobago. If you want to talk about doing business as unusual, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the fact that Tobago can start handling not only our own cargo, but cargo for the rest of the Latin American region. Not just CARICOM. Come on. Let's get with the big leagues. We have to get serious when we're talking about this. And we're talking about moving Tobago forward. And I happen to be privy to discussions for the development of the new A&R Robinson International Airport Terminal. And we would have heard that the finance minister would have pointed out that the price tag at this time is $500 million, excluding the acquisition of land. And I sat down with one of the financiers, again, public-private partnership. And the proposal that we are looking at is ensuring that the airport can handle 1.2 million passengers annually in the first instance, with a direct plan to move that to $2 million. The information I have, 2 million arrivals annually. 3.2 million, sorry, 3.2 million, thank you very much, Chief Secretary, 3.2 million annually. And a big part of that has to be our drive to redevelop the tourism sector, rejuvenate the sector. And I'm happy that we spoke about the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, because they have presented to the stakeholders and they are pretty pleased. And I must say at this time that the plan was also presented to our international collaborators, and they were pleased at the roadmap for the development of the tourism industry in Tobago. And it imbued them with the confidence, and I have seen that some monies have already been signed off on. It imbued them with the confidence to believe that we are serious and seriously on the way to transforming Tobago in a way that we can realize 3.2 million passengers annually. Commendations to the Secretary for Tourism, Culture and Transportation. These things are realities. And we speak about sandals, and the minority was vociferously against the development of sandals. And I remember visiting Grenada in 2013. And at the time, Sandals was just about to open its doors, and I went for a conference, and I was staying at the Radisson. And there were lines and lines of Grenadians trying to get the job opportunities offered by Sandals. And what Sandals has done for Grenada is open up Grenada, open the door to other investors, because they realize, hold on, something good is happening in Grenada. And now the Arabs are investing in Grenada. As a matter of fact, I'm informed that they're supposed to see the largest swimming pool in this part of the hemisphere built in Grenada soon. And as the investment rolled in, because of the introduction of Sandals, so too did the airlines roll in. And international arrivals started to increase. And they did that not because they had a transportation agency or whatever you want to call it. They did that because there's political will to make a difference and start taking steps towards the rejuvenation of the tourism sector. And we have to be able to make bold steps in the interest of the development of Tobago, because as a tourism student, I would have studied tourism through my academic life. I grew up having concerns about, or grew up in my academic life having concerns about the cruise industry and the all-inclusive sector. So I decided to even pay a visit to Sandals myself. And I saw that Sandals is now adopting a lot of corporate social responsibility policies, including, imagine that, coral reef rehabilitation. And Sandals could be the game changer that we've been talking about for a long time, but we have the minority saying no. Instead, let's get a Tobago Transportation Agency to do what? I don't know. Because up to now, they have not said in certain terms what the Transportation Agency is supposed to do. I've heard what it is not going to do, at least 3 versions of it. But what is it really going to do? Is it really a means to an end? Is it really the end? And Stephen Covey said, let's begin with the end in mind. But again, we need to be able to understand fully what the challenges are and what are the causes of our challenges. And that's why I fully endorse the amendments to the motion as posited by the Secretary for Tourism. The reality is, I don't know that there are transportation professionals on the minority bench. I know that they are marching. Some people are professionals at marching. As a matter of fact, well, I don't know if they're even experts at swimming, because it was more of a jet ski and a canoe ride to me. But the marchers, I was informed recently that they really wanted to join the regiment. But because of their propensity for misbehavior, the regiment was not a viable option again. And they would have had to resort to trade unionism, where you can march all you want. But marching is not going to solve the challenges that we have today. We need to properly assess and analyze what are the challenges. And that's why I really endorse the proposition that we have a technical working team, because we have some of the most brilliant minds right here in Tobago. Let them do the legwork. Let them take apart bit by bit, brick by brick, the sea bridge, the air bridge, ground transportation. Let them look at it and look at what makes it tick and turn, and then come back to us and say, these are our recommendations to go forward, to move this forward. Because again, we can't afford in these times to just feel, because I want to do it so, let me do it so. This is not fly by night like the way some political parties are fly by night. We really have to look at what we really want to get out of this. And Madam Presiding Officer, if I go back to the motion, and again we're talking fly by night, and fly by night politicians make amateur mistakes. I don't understand how the minority, all three of them, I don't know if how you want to classify it, who is the leader, who is not the leader, and so on, could have looked and decided, I don't know if you caucused or not, on a motion that asked this House to write to the Cabinet. Have you ever heard of something more absurd or ludicrous than that? And beyond that, we're talking about, this very minority was always talking about Tobago needs to stand up, and if we are afraid, and the time for taking basket done go on already. Let's get serious. The House does not write to the Cabinet. That does not make sense. Again, wheel and come again. The Tobago Transportation Agency, because again, the intent is probably good, but we need to truly assess what is happening. Because as my esteemed colleague, the Secretary for Tourism, would have spoken about the ruling by Justice Kangaloo, that notwithstanding the provisions of Section 25(1) of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, we cannot go in contravention to Section 75(1) of the Constitution. It means that we can't just pick up today and go on the port and say, well, we come, we reach, give me a boat or give them a port. The second schedule of the Port Authority Act, and I'm happy that the Minority Councillor tried to allude to the Port Authority Act, it means she's been doing some actual research. The second schedule of the Port Authority Act even outlines the boundaries of the Port of Scarborough and clearly vests the Port of Scarborough under the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. The Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago is headed by a Board of Commissioners appointed by the President, and they report to the Minister of Transport, Works and Transport. That is what the law says, but again, with the minority leader who is a stranger to the law from time to time, I'm not surprised that we'll be making such faux pas. The reality is, Madam Presiding Officer, we need to be able to understand fully what the challenges are. We need to be able to say, this can work or this cannot work. It does not make sense incurring additional costs, and the minority councillor started calling out votes, and I don't know since when, because there's a vote, there's money in the vote. That's not how things work. Not because you could call a vote means that it is that there's financing available in that vote. Is it really necessary? We don't know. For us to have another layer of bureaucracy, because you're saying that, at least that's what the minority councillor said. I'll have to get back to what the others said after that, because you did not say the same thing. You are saying that the transport agency will work out the arrangements for transportation in Tobago. But the boat, as the Secretary for Tourism said, the sea bridge and the air bridge does not service Tobago only. Yes, we depend on it a lot more than our Trinidad counterparts. But it's not for us only. So, is it that you're saying that there's going to be a Tobago boss and a Trinidad boss? Is that how it's going to work? Is that not leading to more confusion? Is that not going to lead to more inefficiencies? Madam Presiding Officer, as the minority assemblyman started speaking about an integrated transportation network, I was taken back to my days of tourism classes. So our integrated transportation approach, where theoretically that's pretty sound. But there is no jurisdiction, I can assure you, where there's an integrated transportation approach and there's one agency managing it all. The nuances of managing the sea bridge with all of the workings of whether it's a cargo ferry, a fast ferry, or a conventional ferry. The nuances of working with the air bridge, whether it's the movement of parts, the hangering to get hangars, the civil aviation requirements. All of these things are so far apart that one agency will be stretched beyond to manage all of these resources in these disparate industries. Yes, we want to get things, a nexus for things going. And we are seeing where the Division of Tourism, Culture and Transportation has already, by the Chief Secretary putting culture together with transportation, we understand the importance of that nexus of working together. As the Chief Secretary would always say, the jurisdictional walls of Jericho have come down. So we have to work together. But it does not mean we have to sit in the same car or be driven by the same driver. There must be there must be greater consideration. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I move to wrap up, I just want to indicate that the new airport terminal will be fully ICAO certified. It means that we will be able to truly be a hub for transportation. And again, these types of proposals happen without even a transport agency being put in place. All the minority had to do, and again, in the spirit of partnership, if you wanted us to sit at the table and discuss, come to us. The last motion, the minority leader will have to attest that the Chief Secretary reached out to him personally. Let us work together. And it's a call that I've been issuing time and time again. Let us work together. Yes, you may have brilliant ideas, and you may think that they can work, but you may end up just like Icarus in Greek mythology, because we're talking about going big and spreading your wings and flying. But then you might fly too close to the sun, unless you might be burnt up or fall into the sea and perish. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I really want to say that it is time that we set up a technical working team, and I have all assurances from the Tourism Secretary that this is one of the immediate priorities of the division. Set up a technical working team with the mandate to complete a holistic assessment of the operations and management of the Trinidad and Tobago Inter-Island Transportation Company Limited, Caribbean Airlines, as well as PTSC. And before I move on, Madam Presiding Officer, it would be remiss of me not to share some information that has come to hand. Currently, the new buses that have been earmarked for Tobago, the 15 buses that have been earmarked for Tobago, are currently being licensed, and tomorrow will be on the PTSC compound in Trinidad. Further, Madam Presiding Officer, I'm informed that these buses will be shipped to Tobago next week so that PTSC in Tobago can begin operationalizing these buses. Again, we did not need a transportation agency to get that done. This was done through proper dialogue, conversation, and meaningful working with the different agencies. The Chief Secretary has been meeting with PTSC. He has met with PTSC. He has met with the Port Authority. He's been continuously meeting and in dialogue with the chairman and the board of CAL. And that's why Caribbean Airlines and the Division of Tourism was able to announce that persons coming to Tobago for jazz, once you have a ticket, will get first priority to come to Tobago. Yeah, once you have a jazz ticket, you have first priority to come to Tobago. And that was negotiated by the Chief Secretary himself. So the reality is, Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago House of Assembly is truly committed to business as unusual and delivering on the mandate of good governance for the people of Tobago. There are challenges that we face, but again, there cannot be knee-jerk reactions. We can't just say something today and then say something diametrically opposite tomorrow, as we know that the minority leader is predisposed to do. So, Madam Presiding Officer, we look forward to the support of the minority as we move to form or to commission this technical working team. And I look forward to the Tourism Secretary sharing with the public of Tobago the recommendations from these experts in the transportation sector on how we can address the challenges that we are facing today. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Sometimes I stand here and I don't know where to start. The trouble is, how do you speak a straight message to a group of people that have gone all over the place? How do you do that? How do you do that? Is the challenge I'm having right now. Where to start? What do I deal with? What do I leave out? But I tell you where I'll start. I'll start with the motion in mind. That we have asked you, goodly people on the other side, to join with us and let us create a Tobago Transportation Agency. One that will see a marriage between three main areas of transportation: sea transportation, air transportation, ground transportation. I've heard all types of remarks like, where in the world have you ever seen that? And I say to you, it is under the Ministry of Works and Transport. It is there. It is there. We have seen throughout the world that as the world modernizes, leaders seek to have integrated control over areas that are similar. That's what they do. I don't know what is so wrong, what is so bad about creating a merger insofar as administration, insofar as regulation, insofar as operation, sea transportation, air transportation, ground transportation. But I understand their problem. Their problem is one where they are not into reading. They are not into that. But in a lot of posing, big words, they like that. Quoting. I swear I was in some kind of a literature class, in some school concert chair, and some child recite poem after poem, quotation after quotation. They talk about all kind of things in marriage and the parish, but not about air transportation, ground transportation, sea transportation. What is so wrong? We have brought an idea. We said this is an idea. And to show you how real we are, all of us shared a different perspective on the idea. The thing is this: we want to create a real synergy with the Executive Council. We, the minority, would like to see a meeting of the minds so as to better serve the interests of Tobagonians. What is so wrong with that? We have said it. We want to build a better Tobago, child by child, family by family, village by village. What is so wrong? When we speak about a transportation agency for Tobago, we are speaking about the means of connecting people with places. What is so hateful about that idea? Why are you so opposed to it? Why are you ridiculing the idea? I mean, I sat and I heard the leader of the P&M business saying, what is the purpose of a transportation agency? Connecting people with places, that's all. People with places, what is difficult about that? I heard my good friend from Buku saying it is impossible, nonsensical. And I said that's how they treated the first car that arrived in Tobago. People ran out of the road. They said, this is crazy, it's going to kill someone. Some people are afraid of newness. The idea is a novel one, and perhaps because it's coming from us, you reject it. But the thing is this. If you allow your minds to think for a while, I know you don't oftentimes do that, but if you allow your minds to think, you would be able to catch the vision of the average Tobagonian on the street. They want to go to a place where they could purchase a ticket, perhaps for travel for the entire week. And the amount of money on that ticket could allow them to perhaps travel on the bus, yes, or travel on the boat. It all depends on the amount of money they have. There are some persons who travel very often on the boat. Almost every day, every other day, twice a week, 3 times a week. Some persons travel very often on the plane. Maybe 5 days a week. What this transportation agency does is find a way in which all 3 areas of transport, ground, sea, and air, can be combined so as to create ease of travel. I know some of my colleagues have visited China, but they have never visited London. But if they were to visit London, and you understand the London tube train, or let's say the transport system in London, the ground transport system, it is one where you can buy, what do you call the card again, Pal? Metro card. Yeah, Metro is for US. Your Oyster card. And when you buy that card, you could jump on the bus, you could jump on the train, underground, above ground. And if you buy for a week, it's much more cheaper than if you buy day by day. We are saying we want a transportation agency to come up with offerings like that to Tobagonians. Look, if you're traveling by, let's say, the boat or the plane, they might be able to sell you a ticket that actually subsidizes the price because you are traveling very often. But no, you all cannot conceive ideas like that. Public transportation is designed for the masses to travel. So when my friend from Buku is talking about the boats not making any money, he's right. But the price was a little bit exaggerated, or I will say a little bit skewed. The reality is, both the airport, the airline, and the boat, both of them run at about 50% loss. At a 50% loss, the facts are there. But it is doing a noble service. It is allowing people to travel. Why do you feel government build underground train station? Why do you think they build bridges across the sea, etc.? Who's paying for that? The people will pay for it, not in 1 month, but in 1 year, but a generation is an ongoing thing. And maybe it may take them 200 years to pay for it. That's okay. Because here we have in Tobago, a little man is renting a house, and he's renting that house for 199 years, courtesy THA under the P&M. 199-year lease. One man settled with that. If you could lease a house for 199 years, then why can't you engage in fixing the transportation system? Perhaps, let's say, all right, you might be fed up on the boat. Let's build a tunnel. Let's build a bridge. These are the ideas of great minds. But it's beyond some of my colleagues the only thing, quick fixes. Quick fix. So they took the Paria bullet, bring it from south, put it on the Atlantic Ocean and nearly kill people. Quick fixes. And then they said it's a small mishaps. Quick fixes. Quick fix. They run it by a boat. 20 million US. Brand new boat they're boasting about. The boat can't reach here yet. And before the boat reach, they have to go and put more toilets in the boat. They have to go and cover the boat. And they say they bought a brand new boat. Quick fixes. That's what they like. Instead of extending the highway to accommodate more transportation, they just roll pitch over it. More and more pitch. More and more pitch. Paving the highway. It's time for us to think seriously about the development of Tobago. If Tobago is to be a successful business entity, we need more people on the island. We need about 200,000 persons on the island if we have to become a successful business entity. Singapore is a little bigger than Tobago. Maybe 1.5 size, the size of Tobago. And Singapore boasts of 5.5 million people living on the island, Singapore. And there's no tongue, there's no country. All over Singapore is fully developed. And we boast and say that we are developing our country. Developing what? To put 200 workers on an agriculture project as development? You're boasting about that? I'm worried about where we are going when we have the chief secretary. His plan for solving transportation problem over this weekend is to go and practice discrimination. I say practice discrimination. And his colleague, the leader of the PNM business, has the authority and the audacity to stand up and say, he boss negotiate that. I will never negotiate that. As a negotiator, I will never negotiate that. That is high-class discrimination. There must be equality of treatment for all persons who are on a standby ticket. That's why they have a list. Equality of treatment. I don't know if a few of my PNM friends who have tickets in the hand, they are a little more equal than the rest of my poor friends who all they want to is go and mind the baby and see the child who then stay for the week and tell the husband good night. I don't know if their frolicking desire is more important than my maternal or paternal desire. I am really, really concerned about the level of discrimination that they are trying to legalize and sanitize in this house. And I rubbish the idea. It's downright evil and disrespectful to Tobagonians. I would never in my life negotiate something like that. But I understand that you're on your way out. And I say to you now, don't worry. I say do not worry. That level of discrimination that it has now become patent by you all will soon end. Tobagonians will not put up with it. I sat with my chief secretary. I discussed with him Tobago autonomy. I thought he was serious. I said, I salute you. I am supporting you 100% on the autonomy of Tobago. But I tried him. I tried him today, and I recognize the chief secretary and his colleagues are not serious about Tobago autonomy. You are not serious about that. You are serious about enslaving the minds of Tobagonians, selling them pie in the sky dream that you are building an airport, courtesy the government of Trinidad. You are building an airport that can facilitate 1.3 million visitors a year. I don't know if an airport is like a building could facilitate that amount. I think it's how fast the airplane them come in. I don't know, you just set a goal and say an airport will facilitate 1.3 million. If that's the level of tourists you want to bring in, say that. But in a real country, when development is planned, it is planned with the future in mind. Not when we go build that, and we go build a next one after. PNM style of governance. They build a Bailey Bridge, we can build one after. It remains there until I build a concrete one-lane bridge in Lambu. And they're so ashamed they didn't open it at all. A concrete one-lane bridge. And I say, where are we going with this type of governance? It's governance with bad mind. Governance with bad mind. I'm asking you all now, if we are talking autonomy, if we are talking Tobago autonomy, I know you people can't tell the truth, Madam Presiding Officer, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. I could hear my colleagues across there grumbling because they don't get to talk after me. I have the last word today. Yes, I have the last word. Don't grumble. I'm saying to you all on that side, if we are talking about... Yes, I'm saying that. You break down a Bailey Bridge, you build a one-way concrete bridge. That's what you did. It's there to see. It's there, $16 million for a one-way concrete bridge. I pray no one crash on that bridge. So help me God. I say to you all further, if we are talking Tobago autonomy, if we are talking nationhood, if we are talking self-determination, if we are talking development that is reflective of the people in Tobago, then we have to start talking Tobago Transportation Agency. I never heard the arguments at all when you all created the idea of Tobago Tourism Agency. There was no talk about it. There was no about what is the purpose of that. There was no discrimination as to where the funding coming from. There was no mocking of the Tobago Tourism Agency. Impossible, nonsensical. There was nothing like that. There was nothing like, how does it operate? What's the framework? There was nothing like that. You all never even had the courtesy to bring it to the house. But we understand that the building we had requested as a minority office, the building right next to Jerningham Avenue there, that building, that they said was too much for us, is now the building they earmarked for the tourism agency in Tobago. The Tobago Tourism Agency, that's what they're doing. So it was too good for us, that building. But it's just good for the Tobago Tourism Agency. They don't even have a budget, Brother Farley. The Tobago Tourism Agency don't even have a budget. I could tell you, I spoke with the chairman, and he was saddened by the fact that they create an agency without a plan. We are saying, if you have created an agency without a plan, what is so new? You learned a lesson already? Did you learn the lesson already? We are simply saying, don't create one, but let's make the move to have it discussed. Let's make the move to see how best we can merge ground transport, air transport, and sea transport. It's nothing to reject in that. It's something to embrace. But you want to operate as if you are magnanimous. Using my partner, Duport Jack words. As if you're magnanimous. You want to alter the motion so you can look as if to say you're supporting the motion. All we are asking for Tobagonians is let's end the suffering today. Let's say to Tobagonians today that we will put our collective heads together and we will try to create a level of autonomy so as to ensure that the planes that come here would be leaving from here. There would be hangars. We will want to ensure that when the new buses come, and they did not even know new buses came to Trinidad, thank God I reveal that today. Because they do not communicate with anybody at all in Trinidad. They do not communicate with anybody at all in Trinidad. They have built themselves a P&M house without windows, locked themselves in. I, the minority leader today, reveal to you on that side that there are 50 new buses in Trinidad waiting for somebody to sip the coffee and then sign them. And I listened to the phone call. When I went outside during the break, I heard the leader for Assembly Business making a phone call. Is there any bus in Trinidad there for us? I heard him on his phone. I heard you on the phone saying that. Is there any bus in Trinidad for us? Is there any bus in Trinidad for us? You made a phone call. I heard you. You cannot deny that. I heard you.
Minority leaders going beyond the call, putting the proper motives and going to scandalous accusations and inappropriate statements.
Minority Leader, please be mindful of the statements that you're making. If you have the evidence, you can. If not, please don't make them.
Madam Presiding Officer, thank you for the caution. I want to make it absolutely clear. I have the evidence. You want to joke this evening or not? Let me give some information. Port Authority in New Jersey and New York, they collaborate services, air, ground, and sea. They collaborated. All we are saying to you, let's create this agency. Let's create the agency. Why are you fighting against it? You all are simply not focused on Tobago. You are focused on elsewhere. Perhaps going to China, making trips abroad, but not Tobago. Had you all been focused on Tobago, you all would have known that there was 15 brand new buses in Trinidad waiting to come to Tobago. Now, when we have the agency, as I said, those buses will come to Tobago directly, and they will be licensed by the transport agency. A one-stop shop. But no, we have to wait until somebody first sip the coffee and sign the letter, say, all right, carry Tobago now. That's our problem. Where is the marina in Tobago? Where is the place where we can dry dock boats in Tobago? We have to wait until somebody in Trinidad fix the Trinidad Tobago Express to send it back up. And they're already blaming those workers down there, saying sabotage, sabotage, sabotage. If that's the case, you move the place where the boat is being fixed. The problem is Tobago has been denied essential services, and the transport agency is seeking to bring the essential service of ground transport, air transport, and sea transport under one roof and say we are going to integrate and regulate it. Nothing is so wrong about that. It's a lofty idea. I want to challenge today my colleagues on the other side, I wrap up this debate, to grow a heart and stop thinking about who win and who lose, and recognize what we have brought here today is a motion towards autonomy, a motion towards self-determination. We have brought here today a motion towards realizing the dreams of the average Tobagoan in the street who has to wait on Trinidad to set up 15 new buses, or wait until Watson to inform you that 15 buses within Trinidad. Then you act on it. I have informed them also of the boat, the ocean flow. I informed them of that. I informed them also that this galleon passage is new. When would they get into knowing things? If we have a transportation agency, all of that will be known to the people. They don't have to depend upon me to give them the information. Please, grow a heart for Tobago. Grow a heart for its people. Grow a heart to recognize we too are folks, and we need to enjoy the right of freedom of movement. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you and I submit that this motion that is before the House, this motion that is asking for it to be resolved that this House write to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago as a matter of urgency, indicating for the need for a Tobago transportation agency with the responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, that is ground transport, air transport, and sea transport. That this motion that says, be it further resolved, that a Tobago Transportation Agency be implemented immediately, notwithstanding the proposed Tobago bill, as the Tobago transportation sector in dire straits, be supported today by, as is, by my colleagues on the other side. I thank you.
Honorable members, we have before us some amendments that I will choose to treat with prior to putting the question. And so the first amendment is that under the heading, be it resolved that this House, the amendment is to strike out right to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago as a matter of urgency, indicating the need for a Tobago Transportation Agency with the responsibility for all transportation needs specific to Tobago, that is ground transportation, air transportation, and sea transportation. All in favor of deleting that area, say aye.
Aye.
Any against?
Aye.
The ayes have it. And so, any against? Okay. So you normally say nay when you're against. Thank you. Instead of the deleted section, it is proposed to add that this House supports the Executive Council in appointing a technical working team with the mandate to complete a holistic assessment of the operations and management of the Trinidad and Tobago Inter-Island Transportation Company Limited, Caribbean Airlines Limited, as well as the Public Transportation Service Corporation. All in favor of adding this section to the question, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it. The second area is to amend and be it further resolved that, and this section is to be deleted, that the Tobago Transportation Agency be implemented immediately, notwithstanding the proposed Tobago bill, as the Tobago transportation sector is in dire straits. All in favor of that deletion, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it. Instead, the following is recommended to be added: that this technical working team present the Executive Council with specific recommendations for the efficient and effective management and operations of these essential services in the special interest of Tobagonians. All in favor of adding this section, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? And so the question now put is, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly is a corporate body with direct responsibility for the formation of policy regarding the items in the fifth schedule of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, and whereas the Tobago House of Assembly is therefore indirectly responsible for operations of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, Caribbean Airlines Limited, and the Public Transport Service Corporation, and whereas Tobagonians have been experiencing hardship, anxiety, and frustration in exercising their fundamental constitutional right of freedom of movement via the public transportation system in Tobago and the airbridge and seabridge systems that exist between Trinidad and Tobago, and whereas the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has set precedents by demonstrating an understanding of the uniqueness of Tobago's needs, and thereby approved the creation of a separate Tobago Tourism Agency as opposed to the Tourism Development Company for both islands, and whereas the proposed Tobago bill promises to give Tobago greater autonomy over the transportation sectors of the island if the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago should enact such constitutional change. Be it resolved that this House support the Executive Council in appointing a technical working team with the mandate to complete a holistic assessment of the operations and management of the Trinidad and Tobago Inter-Island Transportation Company Limited, Caribbean Airlines Limited, as well as the Public Transportation Service Corporation. And be it further resolved that this technical working team present the Executive Council with specific recommendations for the efficient and effective management and operations of these essential services in the special interest of Tobagonians. All in favor of the question as put, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All against? Any abstaining?
Yes.
The ayes have it. The motion is now carried.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I move that this House now stand adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, the question put is that the House now stand adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.